Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bottom. Leonidas, new friend. Good morning, sir. How are you today? It is good to meet you, my best and newest friend. This is King of the Castle. It is a streamer versus chat game, where if you type !join, you will join right in all the fun. How are you doing today, sir? Welcome on in. Boop. Get drops now. Post. Do this, do that. Blah, blah, blah. Okras, the shirt says. Because of an earthquake, school was canceled. Well, I mean, I hope everybody's okay, but it's an exciting way for school to be canceled. I hope yeah, so beautifully. When I lived in Los Angeles, there were no earthquakes. It was horrible. I wanted to experience an earthquake when I lived in Los Angeles. But for like the only gap of 2-year period of Los Angeles history almost, there was no earthquakes or no major seismic activity. But at the same time, back on the East Coast, they had an earthquake. It was amazing. You know, those storms and, a natural phenomenon like that fascinates me. Hurricanes, tornadoes. I've been in a hurricane before, hurricane type weather. I've never seen a tornado. I want to see a tornado. You've been having a lot of earthquakes recently. What gods have you angered, Leonidas? That's what I'll ask. Ranger, come on in. When stuff like that happens, alright, we did something wrong, and we didn't sacrifice somebody we needed to sacrifice in order to appease this earthquake that is coming in. Vallacy, welcome on in. How are you doing today? I haven't heard about that in the news, but I'm sure if I look it up, I can figure it out. That does sound serious then. Apple King, welcome on in. Vallacy, do you know what this game is then? Welcome on in. You're allowed to join us if you wish. We will begin in 5 or 6 minutes, I think, time. It's a lot of fun. If you join in, you get to join one of the 3 teams we have today. A lazy day? Every day should be a lazy day. I enjoy lazy days. Alright. Vesuvius. Probably Esvis, according to Greek Mythology. Nice. Alright. Well, welcome on in the King of the Castle Discord. Cool. I play every day around this morning then. Or not every day. Not Sunday. Sunday's my day of rest, but usually Monday through Saturday I will play. Probably not this Saturday, but we're very knowledgeable of the game around here. I'm doing something we're calling the Battle of the Bees League that started last week and is continuing all this week. All the teams keeping track of how well they do, how many schemes they complete, how many wins they get in particular, I guess, is the biggest thing. And then at the final game, whatever winningest team is for the final day, I will wear a costume for Halloween. So right now, sort of these 3 teams, actually, as it happens, are probably doing the best. The Patricians are in the top currently. Grandies are right behind them. Then Counts are behind them both. But Counts have a game in hand, really. So Counts have 3 games in a row Counts can catch up, I think. Alright, Roswell, thank you. Have you played then, I assume you played a little bit then, Vallacy. Party mode or on Twitch with somebody else? It's a lot of fun. We've done a lot of things around here. I don't know. I always try to keep it up, switch it up with my games. You just played on Twitch mostly. Alright. We do roleplay occasionally. I do bingo cards. I think we'll do bingo cards next week. Speed running. I want to do more speed running for the game. now that we're a lot more knowledgeable of the game, I think we'll be a lot better at speed running. I have a dynasty. We have the longest running dynasty in history. Oh, alright. The new stuff is a lot of fun. In particular, there's two schemes. We might see both of them today. Sorcery Scheme is one of the new schemes that lets you ally with a wizard, and then the Loyalty Scheme, whatever team wins, the next game can pick loyalty. Of course there are. I'm really the only person that's done any of them, besides one other streamer. Though I think Techno's interested in them. If Techno, I could probably talk Techno into speedrunning it. But, yeah, speedrunning this game, you can find them on my YouTube channel, all the speedruns that we've done. Is completing the game then as fast as you can. Completing your scheme is what we did. So we did it for every single faction. We did it also for the Monarch. There's of course, the ultimate speedrun is to get to 0 in one of the stats and then have the game end that way. You are early, Jelly. You're allowed to pick your team if you want to pick your team, of course. That's new. That is new, Vallacy, to the game. If you did not know that. If you don't want to be a patrician, before the game starts on this screen, you're allowed to switch who you are. So if you didn't want to be a Pat, you can switch it up for the moment, but only on the starting screen. You would do like join, exclamation point, join, space, like she, space, and then purple, yellow, green. Or if you say counts, grandees, Pat, patricians. I like random usually. Though Pats are my favorite. I'll play any side. Apple King, our lone count. Apple, I think you can do this. I love, that's the way I play most video games, is I'll play random. The way I put it is I can't just play as Ryu when I'm playing Street Fighter. You know, I have to play as every single character. I do that in role-playing games, I do it in fighting games, I do it in shooting games. Like, I can't just learn about one aspect of the game. If I need to learn about everything. I play World of Warcraft. I have, is it 12 characters at max level I just got to? Pats are only good if crabs are involved. We'll see if we get crabs today, of course. Morgra Moon. Welcome on in, Moon. There's a count. Counts are behind in points currently, but they have a game in hand. Or 2 games in hand, since we play 2 games a day. Counts will play 3 games in a row. Chiefs will also play 3 more games in a row. Barons play every other day, so today's Barons' day off. Barons play tomorrow. Good for Pyre Festivals. We love a good Pyre. And we are, today, randomly chosen what my Monarch would look like. And then this is, the name was chosen by my nephew. I am King Stupid of the King Dynasty. So I am Stupid King, is what he wanted me to be named. I'm like, alright, that'll work. Really? Morgra Moon, that's awesome then. Amanda, good morning. How are you doing here today? Happy Tuesday to you. It was a lot of fun. I published all of last week's like raw videos on YouTube. Maybe I cut down them into condensed, you know, funnier, memeier versions. Good morning. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it may be, wherever you may be today. Welcome on in, everybody. Daybreak is ending, and a new reign will be beginning. This is the Battle of the Bees League. It's really starting to heat up, I think. As we're seeing where people are needing to get wins, some people are dropping points when it comes to schemes. Amanda, pay no attention to the zombies. They're just trying to scare you. The path to victory. You will be safe. Promise you. I'll pick my path to victory first. I'm not trying to hide it. I'm randomly playing everything, though. My Majesty, Dr. Joe, welcome on in. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Dr. Joe, welcome to the Patricians. Thank you for joining us here. Hello, hello. All right. And then my goals to victory. These are my goals I can have as monarch, but I am randomly picking it by rolling a die in the chat here. A D6, conqueror, peacekeeper, greatest king, father, architect, or saint. 1 through 6. We will roll a 1. How tragic. Good evening. That's not tragic, though. Hello, Molly. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. Thank you for kissing the ring. They are not present in the game today, but it is a Red Baron's ring for the Baron's 2 victories yesterday. You can't seem to sleep. Sleep will come, Marley. It's like the night before Christmas, right? You're just too excited. How are you doing, Marley, though? Welcome on in. If you need to sleep, of course, we know. You are a countess for the game today. And I, King Stupid, will be a conqueror. A warrior king is sure to be remembered fondly if he wins more battles than he loses. I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving your kingdom's overall military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. I can only hope my game tomorrow, Marley, runs long enough to raid into Kaji. That'll take a while, though. We'd have to have super long games tomorrow for that to happen. We will go to the council introductions. Now that you're the king, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Your nobles hail from across the kingdom, the desolate east, the wealthy coast, and of course, the scorching south. All right. 3 big contenders today. Counts of the East. Marley. An honor to finally meet your acquaintance, Your Highness. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. I haven't been able to play in Kaji's games recently because I usually am cooking dinner and like eating about that time. I hate to like join in and then not play for like most of it and then maybe come back for the end. So it's terrible. We need takeout. We need to start getting takeout on Wednesdays or something so I don't have to cook. I need to convince the family of that. Patricians, a pleasure, Your Serene Highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. Valacy, good to see you here. You look fantastic. Good morning, Crystal. How are you doing today? I know. I hear you plotting. You said 7+ characters probably by now you have planned out. Crystal, how are you doing? I'll do mine by ear. I'll join randomly, and then I'll play my character based upon anything that happens, like the first game. Valacy, it is good to meet you here. Hello there. Grandees of the South. May the 9th God bless your reign, Your Highness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and faith. Leonidas, I trust I will. Crystal, Praise the ninth, you are a grandee for the day. I joined in. I was a count in the Aquila dynasty. I played in a couple games. I guess I got to make it too. With that, introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. We sigh and sit back. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. My coronation, the most exciting part of the game. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Shouldn't I be giving orders now? 7 generations, so about dozen and a half characters in total. All right. Even more lore. Of course, Your Majesty. But to delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest backs. They wouldn't dare. We need crystal to add it to the hot scorchingness. Indeed. It's the sun. A southern belle. The southern bells, that's what the grandee. You should pay more attention to history books, Your Majesty. The nobles are always plotting something. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. What? But it's my coronation. Amanda, we'll try. Cannot say those words. This isn't an absolute monarchy. Everything has to be run past a council vote, even this. Dragnar, thank you here, sir. Welcome on in. Thank you for lurking. Hope you're having a good, productive Tuesday. Tomorrow is National Taco Day. I think that's a little funny. It's sandwiched in between Taco Tuesday or Taco Thursday. So have tacos tomorrow. Should we call the nobles in? Alright. Our coordination. Truly, if this is your first time playing, I am not the one that plays the game. It is you, the viewers, the Council of Nobles, that gets to play King of the Castle. I'm merely your guide. And I said it there. Once, only once. What do we do for the coronation? A. Host a lavish party with jugglers and fountains of wine. B. Proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the ninth god. C. Throw the monarch into the river. Or D. The troops shall bear him through the streets atop a shield. I will not veto or monarch's choice. The very first option. The game here. What do we do? Party, religious ceremony, river, or shield? Shield's pretty popular usually. Raising military is nice. A lot of people like to party. You see the Pats love to party. Crystal wants to honor the ninth. But the shield is hard to resist. My goal is military, too. Soldiers from across the nation take part in the King Parade. I still said it. How do I do that? They're even outfitted in impressive new equipment for the occasion. Military goes up for everybody. As you climb up onto your shield and hold your sword aloft, you realize this is not going to be easy. Your arm quickly starts to hurt. Your soldiers stagger and groan under your weight. Sure enough, one of your shield bearers trips on a loose cobblestone, drops you face first in a puddle, in full view of half the city. At least the only thing hurt is your pride. Authority will go down. It's fine. Just my pride, that's all. Oh no. Yuli of the Apple King 48 dynasty. Well-known Eastern prodigy. Leans delicately on a podium, whispering carefully. My fellow counts,
In ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false king stupid.
Where's the crown? I can't stop. I won't stop. Don't even know how to stop. Counts, how do you win the game today? Do A, subterfuge, B, a blood ritual, or C, possession? All three of our teams have 3 wins. Who can emerge on top? Your niece doing stupid stuff again. She's young. She'll get over it. It's an excellent name choice by the nephews. Yes, I am king. My name is Stupid of the King Dynasty. Is my name today. You've never seen a blood ritual. Ooh, a little bit of blood goes well. The Counts plan to summon an ancient famine demon that will devastate all the other regions, paving a clear path to the throne. First, they must ensure that the East can withstand a famine. To advance their scheme, the Counts must be the region with the highest farming in 4 seasons. So a long first stage. You currently do have the highest farming at 7. Lady Frost, hello there. How are you doing today? Devi of the Crystal Ales lineage, a sinister southern firebrand, stands bathed in sunshine, ranting in a fury. Lady Frost, you are a grandie for the game. Food is good. Get some food. I had a frozen sausage biscuit. Not the best for me this morning. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Grandees, how will you win the game? Do A, sorcery, B, uprising, or C, fervor? Uprising, also a new scheme that I didn't mention about the C. That's the peasant. You get the peasants to sort of do the work for you. Grandees. A involves raising authority. B, raising the treasury. C, raising your own farming. I wasn't trying to influence you or anything. Uprising, yes, the peasants is who uprises. They help you out. We need the treasury high, though. The grandees plan to incite a peasant uprising to overthrow the king before swooping in to steal the throne for themselves. To advance their scheme, the grandees must raise the treasury to 2,000 or more in 2 seasons. So very quick. And you're already hitting it, but one bad event. Heiress of the Ranger family, a well-known coastal tycoon, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, speaking calmly. Yes, the stage 2 of sorcery can be very hard, is what she is referring to here. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of King Stupid. Something must be done. Pats, how do you win the game? Do A, a doppelganger, B, intimidation, or C, a monopoly? A involves lowering your own defiance. It sits at 1. B, intimidation, raising stability, is at 5. And raising your own trade is at 7. So trade easy first stage, feels like. Since you have 7 already. Alright. The patricians plan to privatize this entire damn kingdom. First, they must build up their industry. To advance their scheme, the Pats must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Alright. So very quick first stage for the grandees. 2 seasons. They need the kingdom's treasury at 2,000 or more. The other nations, 4 turn first stages. Counts need highest farming. Patricians need 5 or more trade. My first law. Gamble. The most useful maybe I'll need. We have 2 interesting beginning events here. Why don't we start with a fishy wedding? Your Majesty, the Archduke of Seoul has invited you to his forthcoming wedding. Your attendance would help shore up relations between our 2 great nations. By the 9th great nation, the Isle of Seoul is nothing more than a nest of pirates and cutthroats. Frost, you look great as a grandee. And I heard it isn't even a proper marriage. The Archduke is marrying a fish. A fish? Crystal, that is scandalous. We found our husband. The groom is a Finfolk, one of the denizens of the sea. Perfectly sapient, actually amphibious. Well, the church doesn't agree with a man marrying a fish. We mustn't legitimize this farce by allowing the king to attend. All right. So the Archduke of Seoul marrying a Finfolk. Would you believe it? A, of course, the king should attend the wedding. It's so hot right now. B, the king will not attend, but will send his warm regards. Or C, do we condemn the wedding and sever diplomatic ties with the Isle of Seoul? We'll start the vote. What do we do? Lazy. Welcome on in. You're in time to decide the fate of the kingdom here, sir. And you are a grandee for the game. Of course the king should attend the wedding. There is nothing wrong with marrying a Finfolk, right? Lazy, though. Warm regards. That despite being warm regards, that feels so cold. I've got to go. At the Chancellor marry Glorb? Nay. I suppose not. Excellent. The wedding is scheduled for next year. I'll inform the Archduke that you should be delighted to attend. The kingdom is sliding into madness. When it's announced that you will attend the wedding, the grandees are naturally scandalized. The fines will go up. But the peasants, sentimental as ever, are in favor of your decision. Public opinion turns against the overly strict church. Combo, welcome on in. Faith goes down for everybody. Stability goes up in the kingdom. Combo Lurker, you are a patrician. Welcome on in. How are you feeling today? Happy Tuesday. We may have a fishy wedding coming. We also have saint or sinner. Combo, in fact, combo. All I'm saying is, every grandee claims to have a saint in his ancestry. Your great-great-grandfather was probably a common dullard. Shut your mouth, you hedge-born puzzlewit. His name was Saint Ember, and he defeated the werewolf of Aranjar by turning it to dust in an instant, according to my grandmother. If you're so sure, how about a little wager? Bag of gold says your ancestor was no saint. This could very much be a cursed room. You're on! Hold on. What is all this? What are you two arguing about here? Noble patrician combo lurkers spreading damnable lies about my great-great-grandfather. If you really think he was a saint, then dig him up. Saints are incorruptible. Even after death, they don't decay. Very well. I request the council's permission to exhume my ancestor and prove this fool wrong. Right. Do we A, grant permission for the body to be exhumed? B, no, dead people should stay underground? Or do we C, ask the Archbishop to check church records instead? Do love a very good dice roll. We've got the 50% faith roll and a 60% stability roll. I'll go ahead here. So tempted by the 50-50. This week, yesterday we weren't rolling very well. That means today's a good day, right? Gambler's fallacy. You keep going till you win, because eventually you'll win. But most of the time you don't. 50-50. Dead people should stay underground. Jelly, I kind of believe you. But the resistance, the lure of the roll, too much for our nobles. Dig him up. By God, it's been a while. Ninth bless you, your majesty. Now where's my shovel? A few days later, the body's exhumed from its resting place in the southern necropolis. Grandy, resident Lazy, is horrified to discover nothing but a moldering skeleton. There's no Saint Umber in this reign, merely Skeleton Umber. Ha! Some saint, I think you owe me an apology. By the 9th, I was so sure. Word quickly spreads of Grandy resident Lazy's humiliation, and faith in the church weakens as a result. Faith goes down across the board. All right, faith, that's our second faith drop we've had. 2, 5, 3 we're at. We'll go to the honor guard next. One evening, you're sitting up in bed, reading some paperwork, when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber, bold as brass. Hello, your Madge. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? Who are you, exactly? Oh, me? Name's Quacking Tony, your Madge. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if we tied a bunch of birds to a knight? I reckon you could field some aerial troops and totally dominate the battlefield. Before Quacking Tony can explain further, your marshal bursts into the bedchamber, a sword drawn. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the palace watch are. You want me to kill this intruder? We did see this the other day. No, Marshal, no. We will hold a vote on Quacking Tony's proposal. Whatever you say, your Majesty. She goes and gathers up a council, who trickle into the hall in their pajamas, rubbing sleep from their eyes. They don't look particularly pleased to be woken up. Alright. This is a newer event, too, that you might not have seen. And randomly, you can get these Honor Guard events. And Quacking Tony has a great idea. Yes, though, we should put the pilot program in the south, A. B, yes, the pilot program shall be in the east. C, yes, the pilot program will be in the coast. Or D, no. This is incredibly stupid. And, my dear nobles, Quacking Tony, I believe, has a point. Should we, do I veto D? Some people go vote D. It's the fun to veto it. Force you to do it, veto D. Force you, yes! Somebody needs flying knights, alright? They sound like a great idea. Ignore the stats. No. Ignore the stats. This will work this time. Somebody will get flying knights. If you can't see, then yes, this doesn't work for whoever it goes to. The South, it appears, being sabotaged by the other nations. Oh my. Teaming up against the poor grandees. Combo says east. Nobody says the coast. All right. Under Quacking Tony's close supervision, a flock of ravens are tied to a southern knight. Instead of flying, the knight is lost in a flurry of mad pecking and pooping. Quacking Tony insists you merely use the wrong type of bird. Further experiments are conducted with owls, eagles, geese, woodpeckers, ostriches, and little grebes before hundreds of southern troops quit in disgust. Grandy's military takes a double hit. They're now inadequate. Defiance will go up to grumbling. Waper, welcome on in. How are you doing today? You have joined. You are grumbling now. You are Grandee. You just joined the Grandees. Yes. And yeah, look at this. Yeah, you're already upset. Needless to say, the whole thing is an embarrassing failure. We listened to Quacking Tony's idea. It didn't work. Your Majesty, if that peasant had been a maniac with a crossbow, I'm not too slow. I dread to think what could have happened. If one thing's clear from this mess, you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe. Not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully. They got the looks, but not the brains. Maybe. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and your region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. Well, compared to Sonic, alright, Sonic could do super fast. I'm not Sonic. Alright, Palace Watch isn't good. My honor guard has to be. Let's learn about all of our choices. The Eastern Knights. I think he didn't try albatrosses, is what it might be. They're super big, right? And their wings are huge. I think maybe just a few albatrosses could get some flying knights. Maybe. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. You're faster than me. Well, you probably are too. The Coastal Gladiators. They're a gang of low-born crooks who turn themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable. But can you trust them? The Southern Battlenuns are terrifying warriors. They sworn a vow of silence so at least they won't spill state secrets. Their faith and loyalty is to the church above all. Even your safety. What foreign mercenaries do you suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly. And hiring foreigners will be considered an insult to the rest of the kingdom. I don't want to be a superhero, Mander. I'm fine being king. Kings don't need to actually do anything. I've made my decision. I wait your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. And I will then, I will roll to determine who my honor guard will be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. New limited time global emote, really? We get a 4. Today, we truly have the patrician's choice for my bodyguards. I will make the arrangements at once. Defiance goes up with the other mercenary. No mercs, I don't include them on the roll. Nope. Defiance will go down for the Pats. The gladiators arrive a few weeks later. The men are bare-chested, the women are underdressed, eager to show off their bodies as much as their weaponry. They gather behind your throne and begin oiling themselves up. They are the best choice. they are. We get to our first auction of the game. Exclamation point fund, space your choice, space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Everybody has their starting stack of 1,000 gold right now. Let's review what we have to offer for our very first auction. A, the Aqueduct raises farming up for the Counts. B, the Thieves Guild lowers trade for the Counts. C, the Library raises stability for the Kingdom. D, the Monument will raise authority for the Kingdom. E, the Deer Park will lower farming for the Pats. Then F, the Grand Bazaar will raise up trade for the Patricians. We'll play 2 games today, if you're playing gold-wise. That leads to approximately 6 auctions if we do 3 each stream. More if we're doing longer, you know, reigns and games. The Count's goal is having highest farming. A, therefore, might help them out. The Pat's goal is having high trade. They want F, then. They're both already hitting these goals, but maybe they want to ensure it. There's no counters to either of them, really. I guess B is a counter to the... No, it's not. E is a counter, sort of. No, it's a help. E is a help on counts. Grandy's not much to play for. Even their own ones, they can't raise their own stats here. 60 seconds you have for an auction. Though maybe you do want to keep, you know, authority high. Preventing rebellions, raising stability. Otherwise we have farming and trade going up and down. D and E are early winners 20 seconds in. D raises up authority. Now F jumping over E. F at 201. 30 seconds in. A gets its first bid at 500, raising farming up for the Counts. Currently winning A and D. A raises up farming. D raises up authority. 20 seconds left. Snipers will income. I recommend getting them in the last 10 seconds. I'll tell you, and I always try to. 10 seconds right now. Still A and D, though I see some money sort of shifting around. F and A now. 500 is your cutoff. Bargain pricing. It's F and A, I believe. People, look at that 31 bid by combo. And a 201 Vallacy. F will get past Vallacy. You're the biggest contributor to that, raising trade up to the Patricians. And then A also gets past Morgarmoon, the contributor to that. Counts and Pats satisfied. You get what you want. Sort of cheap. And Island rises. Lady Frost. Your Holiness, something most strange has occurred in the Ghost Sea. A new island has risen, halfway between our shores and the Isle of Sol. The Finfolk raised it from the depths using their weird ocean magic. It's true, oh, it's true, Your Majesty. The Finfolk raised the island to celebrate the marriage of their prince. To the Archduke of Sol. Silent, welcome on in here, sir. Striker. Counts will work too. Sometimes it feels like it'll still put you where it is, though that's only supposed to work at the beginning of a game. How are you feeling here today, sire? Welcome on in. A pleasure island? That wasn't stated, but maybe. This is terrible news. The island is of immense strategic importance. We can't let it fall to Soldish hands. Have you seen this event line then, Striker? We're doing the Finfolk Prince storyline. What do we do then now? A, do we send the king to secret negotiations with the Finfolk? B, the king shall attend the wedding as planned. C, do we pay a wizard to sink the island back into the sea? Or do we D, send the king to seduce the Finfolk Prince, sabotaging the wedding? What do we do? There is one choice some people like to take. Paying a wizard to sink the island. Pats, can we afford it? It's a lot of money. Are we gonna get it, though? You're chaos now. I've seen C one time. Mostly it's D here, though the other ones also get voted more than C. Not only do people not want to vote C, but C usually... Yeah, you don't have enough money. It's a lot of money to sink the island. The fish are friends, not food. Indeed. Alright. Sort of a... We'll steer the stream towards this, I suppose, for the monarch. Capital idea. I have always found the Finfolk appealing. A silence falls over the council. The nobles glance at each other, coughing, and adjusting their collars. Well, you're unattached. You'd make a far better match for this Finfolk prince than the Archduke of some rainy little island. What's the harm? Fish are lovers, not even friends. Alright, very well. I'll seduce the sexy fishman, if I must, for the good of the kingdom. We all admire your sacrifice, your majesty. Frost, thank you. Preparations begin for your clandestine visit to one of the Finfolk's undersea villages. Your chancellor has heard of magic reeds that allow the bearer to breathe underwater. But such a thing will take weeks to track down. At least that gives you time to prepare for your underwater visit. And to buy some waterproof roses. Let's make some mermaids. We can try. The abomination. In the south? Not in the east? Lazy comes to me again now. Your Majesty, I have something terrible to confess. A terrible, terrible mistake. I was desperate to prove that my ancestor Saint Umber was a saint after all. So I sought out a witch who lived in a giant snail shell in the desert. I paid her to summon my ancestor's spirit back into his old bones, so I could ask him questions about his sainthood. But the ritual went wrong. Lazy pays 750 gold to this witch. Alright, exactly what went wrong, Lazy? My ancestor rose as a living skeleton. He killed the witch and ran off into the night. You fool! Dark magic! Necromancy! I should have you burned at the stake for this abomination! Alright, we dug up Saint Umber last season. Was not a saint. Lazy, though, desperate here. A, Grandy Lazy should be burned at the stake. B, task him with hunting down the abomination that he created. Or C, we let him off with a warning. Right. These options don't look good. And then it's a 30% roll. Hard to say here. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead. It should. He is confessing his sin here. Is it B? Does that mean B? We give him the chance to hunt it down? It's a 30% roll. It's not a good roll. No burning. We're not in a burning mood today, it appears. But alright, I think that is a good choice, B. Hunt him down. Maybe. Maybe. Some votes still coming in, though it looks like B it is. Grandy Lazy gathers up a full force of troops and rides out into the desert to hunt down his undead creation. Moon, true. None of them are ever seen again. Military will go down 2 more for the Grandees. Months later, a scattering of bleached bones and rusted armor are discovered underneath a sand dune. Grandee Resident Lazy and his soldiers marched in circles for days before succumbing to thirst. So they didn't even find in them anything. They just got lost in the desert. Soon, rumors spread of a dead saint in the desert. A wandering skeleton wearing nothing but rags, who has attracted a rabble of mad followers. And alright then, by the way, confirmation then, Grandee Resident Lazy the 13 has died. But fear not, everybody. You can die many times in this game, become imprisoned, incapacitated. You always return. Welcome, Lazy the Second. Or Resident Lazy 14, maybe. Who knows? Lost your money is more important, alright? The dead saint preaches that the modern Grandees have fallen from grace. After all, they brought him back with necromancy. What more evidence do you need? Faith has been going down. Maybe you've got a point here, Skeleton Saint. His fanatical followers launched surprise raids on southern troops. Oh, we're not over yet. Flaming arrows in the night, throats cut in the barracks, supply lines disrupted, and trade caravans set alight. Your trade goes down to 5. Military is now 0. Stability goes down 1. The Skeleton Saint, as he becomes known, will be a thorn in the Grandee's side for many years to come. Not my fault. Not the monarch's fault. Finding a spouse. In the twisty passage of the castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master. There's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. Is it really that urgent? Of course, don't worry. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women? Or do you not mind? Mother. Stupid, bring me some women. Anything. Right? Oh, excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. Airhawk. Hello there. How are you doing today, Airhawk? Thank you for joining us. You are a count for the game? Come on in. Hope all is well on your side of the planet here, sir. We are doing Glorb and Saint Umber have been our 2 storylines so far. What demon are you summoning today? You do not know yet. You just know you will summon a demon. That is not till stage 3, sir. We check in with the Grandees. Across the kingdom, discontent with the king is rising. Everyone knew that he was better off, but until now, it hadn't occurred to most people just how much better off. Now the peasants are asking all sorts of troublesome questions. Questions about their benevolent overlord, and as anyone knows, once a question has been asked, it can't be unasked. Somewhere in the vast southern hills is a forgotten pilgrimage site. Once it housed a saint's bones. Now it plays host to a secret night meeting of Grandees. The peasants are getting rowdy. It's all thanks to us. Now they've just got to know how much wealth the king's hiding. They're itching to get rid of them. Careful you don't get them too riled up, mind you, or they'll start asking questions about our wealth as well. Verily, now is the time to incite some real chaos. Show them that King Stupid is not only greedy, he's utterly incompetent too. For the next step, Grandees lower stability to 4 or less in 4 seasons. Alright. Good luck there, Grandees. Fish is the any, that's why I picked any. Jellies. We get to our first tax season of the game. 3 ways monarchs may tax the nobles. Cruel taxing raises defiance, raises treasury by 400, takes 400 wealth from everybody of the color. Common tax, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing you will lower your defiance. Lower the treasury by 700 gold. And that's 700 wealth to everyone in the color. The grandees get the bonus. They invested wisely in perfume exports. All grandees gained 500 gold. Everyone else only gained 200. That makes our richest faction then the grandees. Poorest is the Pats. The least amount of people mostly, and then a few of them spent money probably in the auction. I will be common taxing all around here. Unless something should occur. And I will pause in case somebody wants to. The channel bar redemptions are here this week if you missed it. And it's popular to use them around tax season. But not now. Wait until the time is right to use them, I suppose. Before you whisper. Good plan. We'll check out the arm shortage first, actually. Then the Finfolk, sure, why not? Waper, Your Highness, the situation in the south is dire. The city watch in many of our cities is understaffed. Our crime is rampant. Even dueling has dwindled as minor nobles take up other hobbies, like knitting and insect collecting. Pah! We must bolster our dwindling forces in the south. Who knows what will happen to our people without protection? All right. So this, the South's military is low. You might have noticed it dropped dramatically over the past year. A, do we hire a mercenary company to help protect the South? Do we B, conduct an extensive Southern recruitment campaign? C, force farmers to join the Southern military? Or D, the South has no need for soldiers? Leave them be. Low, do they even have a military? Zero. They have zero military. They've been getting screwed over left and right. How do we fix it? No, they just didn't get it. I mean, maybe. Maybe they're just they're pacifists, not, you know, having low military. They're a series of monks. They shouldn't be fighting. Sisterhood of Steel needs to, you know, put down the sword. Maybe. Maybe. What do we do? We gotta help. This occurs when a nation, gets low on military. Gotta do something about it. Looks like close, but the South has no need for soldiers. We will let them be. A 60% roll. Not everyone in the kingdom believes in military might. Although the grandees are furious that you've left them out to dry. Other nobles praise your forward-thinking attitude. Perhaps disarmament is really on the horizon. Defiance will go up for the grandees. Stability will go up for the kingdom. Yeah, that wasn't not good for the grandees there. Not only do we not help their military, but stability, their goal will go up. Next, we will visit the Finfolk. Don't worry, everybody. The best event is here. The Finfolk sends a stagecoach made from a giant clam, pulled by seahorses. You equip your magic-breathing reed and hop inside. The clam carriage plunges back beneath the waves, and you're whisked away down into the murky depths. A few hours later, you arrive at an undersea citadel of kelp-woven huts. Their prince meets you at a grand table formed of knotted coral. Tiny Finfolk spawnlings swim around your legs as you sit. Greetings, your majesty. We are honored to have such a prestigious visitor. This place is amazing, might I say. A whale passes overhead, momentarily dousing you in shadow. So you're here to discuss my betrothal to Archduke Shomo and the island I'm giving him as a dowry. Right. Lessons in wooing Glorb. If you haven't seen it, you will know exactly what to do here. First of all, may I offer you my heartfelt congratulations. Thank you. Unlike most of my kind, I believe that Finfolk and Surface Folk must get along. This wedding is the first step in the process. May I ask, then, why do you have to give him a dowry? Luciander, welcome on in. You are a countess for the game. Thank you for joining us here, Lucy. Well, it's a very small island. The Archduke assured me it wasn't worth very much. After all, you surface folk have so much land already. Actually, the island is worth a huge amount to us. Oh, really? How interesting. The Archduke told me differently. The Awooga doesn't work. Glorb does not like you to be that upfront. This island could cause a war between your future husband and I. A war? Really? I can't risk that. It seems my Jelly, it would have hit. It seems my betrothed has misled me about the importance of the island. Such deceit! He is not the man I thought him to be. I will have to call off the wedding. Thank you for clarifying things for me, Your Majesty. And, why should I go so soon? Let's have a drink. The Finfolk Prince offers you bitter seaweed beer, which you imbibe through a complex underwater drinking mechanism. For hours, you and he swap stories and commiserate over the hardships of royalty. As the night draws on, you find yourself and the prince growing closer and closer. A touch on the knee, stroke of the gills. Could you take things further? Draw the Finfolk Prince in for a kiss. You spend a pleasurable night with the Finfolk Prince atop a bed of woven kelp. It'll be a night you remember for a long time. But it's over far too quickly. I will propose to marry the Finfolk Prince. When you drop to one knee, the Finfolk Prince makes a startled noise that sounds like a frog throwing up a set of bagpipes. Just a... You cannot be serious! That is so fast! You don't even know my name! What is your name, then? My name is Glorb. Problem solved. Can you snap underwater? Probably not. I've only just decided to end my betrothal to the Archduke. You would have me move on so quickly. Why not? But what about your vindictive nobles and your hidebound priests? Your kingdom is less accepting of my kind than the Isle of Saul. Then they are invited to kiss the royal behind. Ha! With a gentle smile, Glorb grabs you by the hand. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes! In fact, why wait? Let's get married right now. We can formalize things in the cathedral later. But how many of your kind can boast of having an underwater wedding? The prince rushes about the village, organizing an impromptu ceremony. Before you know it, you're swimming down the aisle, a manta ray draped around your shoulders like a cloak. Do you take me as your husband? I do. Glorb draws you in for a passionate kiss. The watching villagers cheer, filling the coral churches with bubbles. And so we are married in the eyes of the deep queen. I suppose we must journey to the surface and marry in the eyes of your ninth god as well. I'm so looking forward to meeting your courtiers. Durezio, thank you for coming to my wedding to Glorb, sir. A toast indeed. I can't wait to see the look on their faces. Oh dear, I hope we can come to accept me as one of their own. We are marrying the best husband you can have in the game, truly. The next day, after a wonderful wedding night, you and your new husband travel back to the surface in a clamshell carriage. So how did... Oh, ninth above. You've brought the Finfolk prince back with you? The Chancellor turns a faint shade of red at the sight of your handsome, glistening husband. Indeed, good Chancellor, and we are married now. I see. Well, may I be the first to congratulate you, Your Majesty? The Church will not be happy when they find out. And, eligible options, then. We have to do that before we go here. Well, I spend weeks finding some suitable matches for you. But I suppose, given the circumstances, I wasted my time. Chancellor's a little jealous. And Mom's mad. Everyone's mad. Only Glorb is happy. And I'm happy with Glorb. We'll take a Monarch's Golden Choice instead of the Monarch's Vote. Just in case, you know. I know. I found somebody, Mother. You should be happy. We'll go, an invitation first to Valisi. Your Majesty, you absolutely must come down to the coast this year, experience the summer games for yourself. It's the only social event that matters. If you aren't in attendance, well, it would simply be a crime. Valisi, tell me more about the summer games. You can also marry, there is a pirate queen as well that you can marry. Everyone gets drunk and goes to the arena to watch the gladiators battle it out for title of Golden Champion. Rivers of blood, lakes of wine. Leave your inhibitions at the capital, Your Majesty. How could I say no to that? Oh, this is simply wonderful. It's been so long since the king attended the games. Last time, as I recall, they were assassinated. The Pirate Queen occurs, there's a pirate sort of event you get. The pirate event occurs when Pats are below military. We saw it last week, though we didn't do the right choices to meet her. Not to worry, Your Majesty, I'm sure it won't happen to you. The Bloody Gull is her name. There's a tasty innovation. Airhawk. I don't mean to exaggerate, Your Majesty, but I believe I have pioneered the most incredible invention in the history of mankind. I was hosting a small party playing cards with some old friends. I called for a servant to bring me something to eat that was both tasty and convenient, as my hands were occupied. What my servant brought me that evening will change the world forever, Your Highness. I kind of doubt that somehow. Airhawk, sorry. Prepare to eat your words. Behold! He holds in the air a plate. Atop the plate are 2 slices of bread with a piece of meat wedged between them. It allows the hungry noble to consume 2 slices of bread plus meat all at once, saving valuable time. Meanwhile, the bread serves as an impregnable barrier, preventing one's hands from being besmirched by meaty juices. Breathtaking. Airhawk, alright, I take back what I said. No, this is all of these and more adjectives. Naturally, since this is my invention, I propose that we name it after me. In a few years' time, I expect everyone to be enjoying a nice Airhawk for lunch. But naturally, since this innovation cannot be made available for free, every time an Airhawk is consumed, I expect a small royalty payment. Who wouldn't want to eat an Airhawk? I know. What goes on? What is your favorite Airhawk sandwich we can have? All right. A, yes. Me give Airhawk the royalties he deserves. B, no. Airhawks are too delicious to be controlled. C, Airhawk shall receive a one-time reward from the treasury instead. Or D, the servant should be rewarded. What was his name again? Currently eating an Airhawk? Awesome. And then an Airhawk. This is why I picked up the golden choice. So that people might be able to utilize it. Airhawk, you totally deserve the royalties. I think you do. This is a wonderful invention. You know how we get you those royalties? We promise money, not only to you, but to everybody, right? This is what we do. This is the play, Airhawk. Golden choice on A. Everybody gets rich. Everybody gets to enjoy Airhawks. And if you're newer to the streams, everybody, Airhawk used Whisper in the King's Ear will tell me exactly what to do. People use it at tax season. People have used it to get me to marry their daughters. And it's also, people will use it to make me golden choice something. And golden choice, if you don't know, will give you 500 personal wealth if you vote for A. It's not too bad, huh? However, Jelly disagrees. Make it D instead. Jelly then used the other channel point redemption I have. Coin is king. The more powerful of the two. Costs more, but a longer cooldown. I will Monarch's golden choice now D. What a Chad move. I mean, you don't have to vote for the golden choice, everybody. But it is 500 personal wealth. For D now. And what's the sweetening out? Yeah, I do think, no, Jelly, you make a good point. Airhawk, you didn't do anything. You wanted us to give you money, Airhawk, for this servant's invention. How greedy of you. The Airhawks will still be shared. Just you're not getting your cut. You don't need money. Dr. Joe still believes. Airhawk denied. It's fine, though. That was a good try. I wasn't sure someone would use it there to counter you. A really helps. Airhawk is the one that gets money from everybody then. It would have evened out. You all would have still made a little money overall. But Airhawk would have made a boatload with A. Sloppy Joes? I love Sloppy Joes. Gosh, I want Sloppy Joes now. Why did you mention them? They're so good. Matic, welcome on in. You are a Grandy. Yes, a Grandy for the game, Matic. Maybe it might have been a lot for the meme, too, to beat you out, Airhawk. Blood and stars! He wouldn't have wanted to invented that snack if I hadn't specifically requested a convenient meal. Defiance goes up then for Airhawk and the Counts. Despite Count Airhawk's protestations, the servant is brought before you. Hello, your majesty. Most people call me Footlong. due to my, large feet. Well, Maddock, if you want to push, like, something else to win, you can do that as well. Not that I'm encouraging many people to do that. But in the format we're doing, if you really do want, like, the Pats or Counts to win, you can sort of side with them in ways. Alright. We can still call it Airhawk for you, sir, alright? If we, I think that'll be... Airhawk is a great name for our sandwiches. Airhawks prove a massively popular luncheon. Bakeries spring up across the East, experimenting with new ingredients. Turns out you can put almost anything between two pieces of bread. I know. You're getting paid not in money, but in... What do they call it? The thing that... No, exposure. You're getting paid in exposure, Airhawk. And that's truly the best thing. The thing that nobody wants. Trade goes up for the Counts. Alright, you still make trade. So that's good. Notoriety. I mean, if you have a sandwich named after you, I mean, that right there. We will get to a controversial wedding next. Controversial? No. Lovely. You stare out over the assembled faces of your nobles. You have a big announcement for them, but you're not sure how they'll take it. Badly, you expect. You clear your throat. Let me, actually, water. Nobles, I married the Finfolk prince. Blunt. Blunt, I'll put it. I'm just simply as that. Your servants blow trumpets to signal his arrival. Not your... Marrow! Glorb's arrival, not yours, but hello, Marrow. He steps out beside you, his feet slapping on the marble, and waves awkwardly. Hi, Marrow. Say hi to Glorb. Say hi to my husband. Why not both? I know. Marrow in one arm, Glorb in the other. Would you be down? I will do my best to bring our people together. For too long, land and sea have failed to understand each other. A collective gasp ripples through the ranks of nobles. Someone faints. One of the grandees spits out a mouthful of wine. By the 9th, the king is married a fish. Someone fetch the archbishop. Grandees really don't like it. Defiance goes up to 8. The other nations also don't like it. By blood of the dead, you married a Finfolk over one of our eligible candidates. At least you found a match with royal blood. I was hoping that this marriage would herald a new era of tolerance, nobles. Excuse me. The nobles mutter darkly among themselves. News of your Finfolk husband spreads like wildfire through the kingdom. It's not long before an outraged archbishop is petitioning the council. Your Majesty, this undersea wedding is not legitimate. Finfolk traditions have no authority in this kingdom. And I will not allow your fishy friend to step a single webbed foot into St. Bertrand's Cathedral. All right. More like fine folk. Awooga. Now I need to drop that line on Glorb. Now that he knows I'm not, just some creep, I can start doing that to him, huh? All right. A, do we let the royal wedding go ahead in the cathedral? B, the wedding shall take place in a secular venue. Or C, no wedding. The king already got married underwater. All right. Let's go. We are marrying Glorb. We may already be married to Glorb. We can marry him again. We'll marry him as many times as it takes, damn it. Every season, we'll marry Glorb. Be the happiest reign of all time. Authority's getting really low. We're at 3. I don't see too often, but Striker, I do like to see, sort of roleplay-wise. No wedding. I already got married. I don't need to get married in your stupid cathedral. I'm married to Glorb, whether the Ninth likes it or not. But we'll go to the cathedral. Your wedding to the Finfolk Prince is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Commoners travel from every corner of the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Many nobles refuse to attend the event. Even now, they're still furious that you're marrying a Finfolk. On the day of the ceremony, the streets are packed, but St. Bertrand's Cathedral is nearly empty. But when you walk down the aisle to see Glorb waiting by the altar, nothing else matters. Do you take this fish as your lawfully wedded husband? I object. You'd recognize that figure anywhere. It's Archduke Shomo, the man who had been betrothed to the Finfolk Prince. Until you swooped in. You stole my husband, snake, fiend, I want my island. The Archduke is swiftly bundled away by security. But you suspect that's not the last you've heard from him. You turn your attention back to the Archbishop, who is rolling his eyes. I do. Then I pronounce you husband and fish. Now get out of here. You're greeted outside the cathedral by a huge cheering crowd. The nobles in the church may not like it, but the common folk adore your new Finfolk husband. Stability and authority go up. They like me. They really like me. You and your husband head back to the palace, where you celebrate long into the night. It's hours before the two of you have any time alone. Serfet costumes are so fascinating. I was particularly impressed by your land horses. So, what now? I can't stay above water for more than a week. My people still need a leader. We'll work it out, Glorb. Of course we will. Let's hope the nobles will get used to my presence. Glorb. Let's not worry about them tonight. You're right, of course. Care to join me in bed, Glorb? All right, let's get down. No time like the present. Come here, my darling husband. You don't get much sleep. The church condemns you, but the peasants are on your side for once. Across the kingdom, more and more ordinary people are striking up relationships with Finfolk and getting married in the shallows. You don't need to know, all right? That was between me and my husband, what happened that night. Fate goes down across the kingdom. Once again, the counts are loving it. Grandees, not so much. The improved relations between sea and shore are particularly beneficial to the south, where Finfolk happily herd fish into southern nets. Oh! Well then. What a twist! Farming goes up 3 for the grandees. Count's goals to have the highest farming. They no longer do. Glorb stops the counts. Like the sun. Praise the sun? Wrong game, sir. That farming in the south. Wow, yes. By the 9th. Stopped you dead in your tracks. Very last event here. Here it would have passed. Late at night, 2 counts meet in an ancient stone cemetery to discuss their schemes against the king. Our grain stores are looking decidedly mediocre. We need to stock up so that when famine comes, we can outlast the others. I mean, they're not bad, Mogramoon. They're just not as good as the grandees. The Count's aim is to have the highest farming, highest total. Ties count, so you just need one more or to lower the grandees. What a block by Glorb. The Pats, meanwhile. In a dingy seaside tavern, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. The coast's economy has never been better. We're making more money than I know what to do with. Money breeds money. I've made a series of investments to improve our profits even more. But what do we do with the rest of our gold? Patricians all make 750 gold. Boom, just like that, Pats are all pretty rich. Time to start buying things, of course. Lands, roads, bridges. We'll buy up the whole kingdom, piece by piece. But first, the king must be in desperate need of our gold. To advance your scheme, Pats, lower the treasury 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Alright. Checking in with everybody. Counts still on their first stage then. They need to have the highest farming. On stage 2, the Grandees and Pats. Grandees need stability to be low, 4 or less. Pats need the treasury to be low, 1,500s or less. Nobody currently meeting their goals at the moment. Rebellion report, however. Able to rebel on the verge of rebellion after that last turn are the Grandees. To rebel in this game, your Defiance stat must be higher than Stability or Authority, whichever one of those is higher. So Defiance needs to be 8 or more. Grandees have 8. To rebel, you type !rebel. You will put your scheme on hold and simply try to take the monarchy by force. Just saying. Who is the Honor Guard? The Honor Guard is the patricians for the game. We have an island dowry. I thought he was calling me stupid for a second, and I was about ready to get mad at Glorb. That's my name. Stupid! I have a surprise for you. Close your eyes. Close my eyes. All right. And new person. Sire Flashkor. Welcome in, sir. Am I getting that right? Welcome. How are you doing? This is King of the Castle. Is a streamer versus chat game. Where if you wish to join along, you can type !join in Twitch right now. Smooth. I know who it is. I know him. But you can join on in. How are you doing here, Sir Flausha? Welcome on in. Close my eyes. We are having the best timeline. If you're just joining us, Sir Flausha and anyone out there, we have Glorb. All right, this is just, it's already feels like a Monarch win. When you open your eyes again, you're looking at a map. There's a new dot in the middle of the sea. I've never said. This isn't a rude option. This is the I'm teasing. Did a fly crap on my map? No, silly. I've arranged a new island for you. Call it a wedding present. See, silly, being playful, not rude. When you announce the good news, the marshal's ecstatic. Even your nobles are grudgingly impressed. Authority goes up. Let's see what the council wants to do with this new island. All right, so we end up getting the island that Archduke Shomo wanted so badly. Do we A, turn it into a military outpost for the south? B, use it for controlling trade routes? C, give it to the Church of the Ninth? Or D, the council has no need for this accursed island? Alright. Let's do something with the island. We'll get a stat boost to somewhere. Hope all is well here with you, Core. Doing alright. It's a lovely Tuesday morning. It's super warm. It was cold. It was finally getting cold last week, but this week, yesterday and today, I'm back in shorts. I love wearing shorts, but just I don't like going back and forth between cold weather and hot weather. Kind of more or less, more or less. I'm feeling well. Are you coming to support your counts today, sir? They just got blocked by Glorb, unfortunately. Glorb improved the Grandees' farming to stop the counts. The church immediately sets about building a nunnery on the island. As thanks, priests sing your praise in their sermons, despite your controversial choice of husband. I'll be certain to join him. Hard to say. Hard to say voting-wise who would end up on. You can still, if you join another team, you can sort of vote for them, if you wish, sir. You can be a double agent in a way. It will raise faith up for the South. Stability will go up. I'm glad you like it. I mean, yeah, if you want to do that. But you did indeed wind up a count, so all's well. The bat shield you have, I like. There is a Kraken. I don't know, the Kraken's all the way over here, though. Why isn't the Kraken event, like, on the coast itself? How can we have a Kraken that's landlocked? I don't know. Marrow. A Kraken! A real-life, honest-to-ninth Kraken, just outside my harbor off the western shore. We should send our navy to subdue the beast at once. A Kraken has every advantage in a sea battle, your majesty. Perhaps a lighter touch is preferable. It's said a Kraken can be appeased by an offering of living creatures. Heretical nonsense! You cannot be considering this, your majesty. It's like maybe it's like a Loch Ness Monster type Kraken. But he said it's coast, I don't know. A, do we send in the patricians' navy? B, do we appease the Kraken with a sacrifice? Or do we C, let it be? Not the best Kraken rolls. Though you usually have to subtract like 20% anyway. It just feels like Kraken never works no matter what you pick. How do we deal with it? We actually did. We did deal with it last time we saw it because we had very high farming for the Pats. Random chances are good. But the Kraken, not very fun. Let it be. The best chance appears. That's always 55%. Let us turn the land Kraken into a torch dragon. I know. Where's our SeaWorld event? It's close. It is close. A and C then are tied. Anyone want to break a tie in the event of a tie in King of the Castle for a vote like this? The Monarch would pick. But there it goes. We will let it be. Pats, it's not my fault if this goes wrong. A couple of your nobles breathe this sigh of relief. No one wants to get into a fight with a Kraken if they can help it. But your laissez-faire attitude doesn't go down well with the patricians. As the months go by, the Kraken continues to hamper their trade routes without a care in the world. Their defiance will go up. Trade will go down. Authority goes down. Marrow loses money. Oh no. Luckily, we got the Summer Games to look forward to. The Summer Games have begun. Your royal yacht glides into the port at Thalassus. Anxious servers servants lay out the red carpet while shooing away seagulls. Ho there, your steamed highness. Beautiful day, isn't it? Come with me, your carriage to Grand Arena is waiting. What does a king have to do to get a drink around here, Vallacy? Apologizing profusely, Lady Patrician Vallacy waves down a servant. 30 seconds later, a glass of iced wine is pressed into your hand. Now that's more like it. 30 seconds? Iced wine in 9:49? That's good service. Moon? We should have done that. I know. Why not? We could have asked Glorb. The journey to the arena is a short ride over bumpy cobblestones. There must be thousands of people in the arena, peasants, patricians alike, but you have the best view in the house. As you step out and wave, the crowd cheers your name. And we will, the Summer Games is a lot of fun if you haven't seen it, and we will make predictions as the Summer Games goes on and poll you as to what we do. Here's our first poll that I'll put up. We have 2 different events that we could show you today, Your Majesty. Which would you prefer to witness? A gladiator fight or a monster battle? Alright. 1-minute poll going up right now then. What do we want to see? Stupid, stupid, stupid. And I'm just like, yeah, stupid, stupid. All right. MSB, welcome on in. You've arrived for the Gladiator Games, MSB. Just in time. MSB, you are a count for the game then. Welcome on in. Let's learn about these options first. Gladiators. 2 of our more fearsome fighters from all across Celeste Ath will clash for the title of Golden Champion. No rules, no limits. Cheating encouraged, blood and heartbreak guaranteed. The monster battle? We've sailed the furthest oceans and delved the deepest jungles to bring back exotic beasts for our gladiators to fight. 1 human fighter's medal will be tested against a creature from your nightmares. Right. Monster battle? It's a man versus monster, or it's 2 men versus each other. Or, humans, I should say. Monster battle it appears. I positively shiver with anticipation. Man versus beast. It's time for a monster battle. Excellent choice, Your Serene Highness. If one of the monsters is Kraken, problem solved. Allow me first to call forth today's brave, or perhaps unfortunate, human champion. Alright. We'll meet, who we're fighting on, who gets to fight here. And we'll put up a prediction for who will win the fight. Once we learn, of course. Lady Patrician Vallacy steps up to the podium, speaking into a bronze tube that projects her voice across the entire arena. Our gladiator today has undertaken the perilous journey from the Republic of Kurth to be here. So let's give her a warm welcome. Somebody from Kurth? Boo. She used to be a common mercenary until she realized there's way more lucrative way to get paid for killing, provided you win the grand prize, of course. Give it up for Thunderstep the Hardy. Thunderstep, huh? Out into the circle of sand strides a lean woman with taut muscles and little armor, her oiled skin gleaming in the sunlight. You can't rebel just because the fighter's from another region. In one hand, not as good as Thunder Lips, indeed. In one hand, she grips a gleaming sword, and in the other hand, she holds a small circular shield. One of her eyes was lost in a fight long ago, leaving just a milky orb nestled in scar tissue. Well, alright. Lady Patrician Vallacy turns her attention back to you. Right now, oh, and that's right, ooh, that's right. We get to choose what we fight, too. Hold on, no prediction yet. We need another poll. Right now, in the cage beneath the arena floor, we have 3 different monsters that we could throw against our friend Thunderstep the Hardy. A scorpion cat, a finfolk, or a brown bear. Finfolk are not monsters, I know. My husband is a finfolk. I take offense to you calling them monsters. Another poll going up then, another minute. But which should we choose? Why don't we let the king decide, since he's come to visit us all the way from the capital? I know. Will we have a special... Glorb isn't here with me, I don't think. I know. This... the crowd hoots and hollers at this idea. Someone stands up and starts singing the national anthem, off-key. Alright. Thunderstep the Hardy shall face the Scorpion Cat. I want to see her fight a Finfolk. Well, let's see how she fares against the Brown Bear. Mastodon, welcome on in. How are you doing? You're arriving for the arena battle, Mastodon. One of the best events. You are a patrician for the game here, sir. I know. Plot twist. Glorb comes in. Oh, baby. That'd be kind of exciting and awesome, and I'd love it. Got back with food in time for the games. Vallacy, you're even hosting it. You're the one here telling me, hosting the tournament for everybody. What is winning? A Scorpion Cat is our winner then. Thunderstep the Hardy shall face the Scorpion Cat. Alright. We won't... Alright. Who will win? Prediction now going up then on who will win the fight. You can predict using your crab points in the channel. Thunderstep the Hardy shall face the Scorpion Cat. Ladies and gentle people, our monster today has a sting in its tail. That's right, from the deepest deserts of Atish, it's a Scorpion Cat. Don't let it sting you, because the antidote's expensive and we ran out yesterday. The Scorpion Cat prowls out into the arena, sleek and sinewy and black as tar. It's lion-sized, with a tail that ends in a wicked barb. Thunderstep the Hardy readies her sword. As Thunderstep the Hardy drums up the crowd support, Lady Patrician Vallacy turns to you, with a gleam in her eyes. Half the fun of the summer games is the gambling. Why don't you place a bet before the fight begins? And, what are the odds? The clear favorite is the Scorpion Cat. Bet on it, you'll not get only get your money back plus 20%. Thunderstep the Hardy is the underdog. A successful bet on her means you'll double your cash. I'll place a bet, and why not? The bookies look distinctly nervous that the king himself is placing a bet. But they're also salivating at the sight of your gold. The Pat's goal is for me to lower the treasury. Patricians, it's a pretty big risk here. Do I bet the whole 2K? If I win, it's not good for you. Should I do it? Should I bet it all? Yamin, welcome on in. You are a patrician yourself for the game. Thank you for joining us. All in, Pats? Are you... I think Pats would want me to. Only 1K? 1K won't be enough to help you. Do I do 1K? They need it at 1,500. Why not roll? I suppose I can roll. How about we roll... I do want to bet, at least bet 1,000 or 2,000 then, is what I'll bet. And I'll roll for it. Or maybe... yeah, 1,000 or 2,000. All in, all in. Because I want to bet. I personally want to bet, alright? That's why. And D20. 2 means I'll bet only 1,000 here. And who will you place your 1,000 gold bet? Since it's 50-50, I'll put the money on Thunderstep the Hardy here. Or do I roll? I'll roll for I can roll for this too. I guess. I'll roll. Which one I pick? 1 through 10, 11 through 20. I get a 7. I will bet upon Thunderstep the Hardy. In that case, just to make things interesting, I'll bet on the Scorpion Cat. Shall we begin? Let the fight commence! Or order that Thunderstep the Hardy be disarmed. Maidenless, welcome on in. How are you doing today, Maidenless? You are a grandee for the game here. You're in time for the arena battle. I won't disarm him. Her, rather. Alright. The crowd roars and stamps until the entire Colosseum shudders. With a hiss, the Scorpion Cat coils back and leaps at Thunderstep the Hardy. One arm should be enough, true. The cat, yeah, the cat does have the advantage here. But I will stand up and I will cheer for Thunderstep the Hardy. The Scorpion Cat's tail flicks faster than the naked eye can track, pumping her full of venom. Oh, wow. That was quick. Usually there's a little bit of suspense. No! Immediately, just blip. Praise the 9th Maidenless. No, usually it'll take a couple turns before you get the roll and they go back and forth, but no, Scorpion Cat just blip. The crowd gasps and screams and cheers as the gladiator collapses. Foam bubbles from the warrior's mouth as she thrashes and convulses. And the winner is the Scorpion Cat. Alright, yeah, winner's the Scorpion Cat. Dang it, I did lose my money then. Who else might have lost some money? Prediction. Choose the outcome. It was the Scorpion Cat. Enjoy your crabs. Who would have seen this coming? And, ooh, Sir Core, you make the most money. 8 others, though, also bet with you. Excellent. Give me a moment while I go collect my winnings. So, Vallacy cleans up. Order that the Scorpion Cat be released back into the wild. What now? Or what just happened was disgusting. I'm going to ban the arena. This seems like a terrible idea. That thing... that killed effortlessly. What is that going to do when it's roaming around? Roll? I do want to free it, though. The 15K was the total prize pool, is what it is. You made the most of it since you bet the most, but so I guess you made, 12K or whatever. I haven't freed the Scorpion Cat before. We'll free the Scorpion Cat. We have to. If it wins, that's usually what I do. Are you sure, Your August Majesty? It'll play havoc with the local ecosystem. Ah, well. I suppose the beast has earned it. The next week of the Summer Games is packed with entertainment. Athletic competitions, chariot races, copious amounts of wine, and above all, blood in the sand. On their journey back to the palace, you reflect that your attendance at the games has certainly helped cement this petition's support. Pats? Yeah, Pats, that was fun, wasn't it? You guys love me. You really love me. I spent some money, too. We're a little bit closer to your goal. We'll end the season. We'll get to our next auction of the game. exclamation point fund, space your choice, space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Richest nobles list is on the right. We see a few pats atop of it, including Vallacy, who just made a lot of money at the arena. Everybody's money does matter, though. Group funding really helps. Let's take a look at all of the options we have. A, the aqueduct will raise farming up for the counts. B, the monument will raise authority for the kingdom. C, the grand bazaar raises trade for the grandees. D, the prison lowers stability for the kingdom. E, the deer park lowers farming for the pats. Then F, the fortress raises military for the pats. Counts want highest farming, so they want A. A will tie them with the grandees. Ties will count. The grandees want lower stability, 4 or less. They want D. Patricians are concentrating on the treasury. Though they have lots of money they might want to buy, like F, the fortress. Maybe if they want to keep the authority up with B. 60 seconds for an auction. The final 10 seconds I recommend getting in your snipes. The honor guard this game are my oily boys, the patricians. The best choice for honor guard. Grandees are right behind them, though. Alright, Sisterhood of Steel is very cool. 20 seconds in, F and D are our early winners. F raising military for the Pats. D will be lowering that stability of the kingdom. It's the only two receiving funding halfway through it. 10 seconds left. I will try to warn you. Get your snipes in then. A now with 500. A with 1,500 after a double. D and A currently winning. A then is the Count's choice, raising up their own farming. Right now it is D and A that is Grandees and Count's choices. F, though, gets a big boost at the end. We're 8 seconds left. F at 33.50. Now it's D and A sort of going. A gets hung up. 4,000, your cutoff. D isn't going to get there, is it? A and F get a lot at the end. D's are coming in too late. It will be F and A. F raises military for the Pats. A will raise up farming for the Counts. Vallacy, biggest contributor to F. Striker, our biggest contributor to A. So Counts, we'll have to have it at the end of the season here, but Counts will move on, assuming their farming stays where it is. And we do have 2 Counts events to get through. Let's check out a heretical discovery first. Your esteemed highness, I bring troubling news. Well, if the High Inquisitor says it's troubling, then it must be. The Counts are on stage 1. The Grandees and Patricians are on stage 2 currently. A group of individuals in the East are meeting in secret to preach heretical teachings and engage in rituals. They are worshippers of the deposed gods. They believe the 8th will one day return to cast down the 9th god and his followers. In other words, they're devil worshippers. Regrettably, I require the council's permission to launch a proper investigation. Otherwise, my inquisitors would have destroyed the cult before it had a chance to spread. We will call a vote on this matter then. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Inquisitor. Do we A, send Inquisitors into the East to investigate the cult? B, deny the Inquisition access to the East? Or C, repeal the law, excuse me, that prevents the Inquisitor from investigating at will? All right. A cult growing in the East? Who would have thought? What do we do about them? Repeal the law that prevents the High Inquisitor investigating at will? All right. Just allow her free reign? is what C means. D getting late votes, though, denying them access to the East. But nay, Inquisitor! Go nuts! The unexpected legal change sows division and discord amongst the nobles, many of whom are flabbergasted by the increase in the Inquisition's already formidable powers. Nobody suspects the Inquisition. Faith will see its rise for the first time across the kingdom. The Pats and the East do not like it, though. Authority will go up, stability will go down. The High Inquisitor, meanwhile, wastes no time in rooting out the devil worshippers and bringing them to justice. The fetid corpses of the heretics are soon swaying from the battlements of Tazopol, the town where the cult had begun. Pillar of the community, Mastodon. Your esteemed Highness, I regret to have to bring this matter to you, but there's no other way. We've been tracking a coastal criminal who's wanted in conjunction with a number of high-profile incidents back home. We thought she'd slipped the net until recently, when we discovered that she'd fled into the East a number of years ago. But the Counts are refusing to let us investigate further. Mastodon, who is this criminal? We don't know her real name, but the citizens call her One-Eyed Sally. She's lied, cheated, and stealed. She lied, she cheated, she stealed, and murdered her way halfway across the coast. Wait a moment. Are you talking about Gold Touch Sally? She's a pillar of the community back in Rudgrad. Viva la Raza! She arrived a few weeks ago from the coast, used her wealth to invest in local businesses and set up an orphanage. Everyone loves her. But she lies, she cheats, she steals. Surely you jest. Gold Touch Sally? This woman is a bloodthirsty criminal and must be punished. Alright, A. Do we send Gold Touch Sally back to the coast? B. Do we allow Sally to stay in the East under the protection of the Counts? Or do we summon her to the capital to answer to the King's justice? I would like some chocolate, please, in a waffle cone. Thank you, Maidenless. My favorite. My go-to, just chocolate. I like chocolate. The more chocolatey stuff you can put in my ice cream, I usually love. Crown my king at Mastodon. Thank you. Thank you. We should put it on here. Should she face my justice, then? While wearing the crown? One chocolate, thank you. I didn't get it. I went shopping the other day, and I didn't get chocolate. I got vanilla and coffee. It's what my mother and then father likes. My dad loves ice cream. He eats a ton of it. I don't eat much. I do like it. Ice cream is great. Just have to be in the mood for it. It's been too cold. Now that it's hot, maybe I want ice cream today. Since it's hotter. Alright. We will send her to the capital. Toffee. Ooh. I do like toffee, too. I like peach ice cream, also good for like a fruity, flavorful one. Peach ice cream. When One-Eyed Sally arrives in the capital, she looks like any other sweet old lady. The sort of woman who gives local children candies against their parents' wishes. Those hard candies. Hard candy? How can I help you, dearie? Go for the roll immediately? I've never gone for the roll immediately. But no, we won't go. We were asked by my nobles to investigate, so I will question her a little bit. Gold Touch Sally, how do you plead to Lord Patrician Mastodon's accusations? Oh dear, I'm afraid Mastodon must have me mistaken for someone else. I swear by every god there is, your august majesty, I've never pillaged anything but my pantry. Yes, that one, that's what she gives out. Why do you have the same name as this outlaw, then? Oh, well, there's a lot of people in the coast called Sally. It's a very common name. Even my mother was called Sally. And, right, well, what did you do when you were younger? I worked in the mines, I did. It was long hours, back-breaking work. Taught me humility, it did. And, why did you move to the east? I always liked it there. The people are so delightful, different. And they love orphans just like me. Have I mentioned that I love orphans? They remind me of myself. I was an orphan for as long as I can remember. Hold up. Did you catch it? Did you catch it, my nobles? You were an orphan since birth? But you know your mother's name? Suddenly, Sally's face shifts. She adjusts her posture, standing up straighter, and stares you right in the eyes. All right, you got me. I'm One-Eyed Sally. And then, takes out the fake eye or something. Bloop. But I'm reformed now, see? Ask the orphans. And, are there any... Do you have any orphans that we can ask? No, your majesty. We really didn't think it was important to bring any along. Are you really reformed, though? I suppose that would be a matter of opinion. But if you're talking about whether or not I still do murder or not, then no. Don't do that no more. Just a bit of tax fraud here and there. Victimless crime, that one. It's all much of a muchness, really, though, ain't it? I've already admitted I'm the one Mastodon was looking for, that pompous idiot. So what are you going to do with me? Either behead her, let her return to the east, or hand her over to the patricians. I know, Sally, that's why the beheader option is up here. You're playing with fire when you insult the king to his face. But we'll let fate guide your journey from now on. We will hand her over to the patricians. That way. I'm looking at myself. Alright, Pats. Do what you want with her. Gramercy, your esteemed highness. Though I'm not sure why you couldn't have done that this way to begin with. Sally is carted off to the coast to help face justice there. Now that you've seen through her facade, everyone agrees that you made the right decision. Stability goes up. There is a Saldish assassin. One bright morning, you're taking a stroll in the palace gardens, arm in arm with your beloved husband. Ah, yes, the perfect day. Me and Glorb. And with the help of my Fiendfolk villagers, we can build underwater roads which open up trade between. Glorb is interrupted when a black-clad figure wielding a crossbow pops out of a mulberry bush and takes careful aim at his heart. I've never done Watch Out. I've never seen anybody do Watch Out. Who would pick Watch Out? It's either the exemplary no or you dive in front of that crossbow bolt. For Glorb, you have to. Time seems to slow. You dive in front of your husband. A moment later, one of your coastal gladiators dives in front of you. Phew. All right. The bolt strikes him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the floor. The rest of your honor guard rush forward and chop the would-be assassin to pieces. By the depths, my life flashed before my eyes. Your Majesty, are you all right? How's the king consort? We're both fine. See the squid tattoo on the side of the attacker's face? That's the mark of the blue octopus, an assassin's guild from Seoul. Watch out, radioactive man. It seems Archduke Shomo is still annoyed that you stole his husband. Evidently, the Archduke has decided if he can't have me, no one can. Archduke Shomo tried to kill Glorb. Ooh. Do we hire a counter-assassin to kill the Archduke? Do we call on the Finn folk to attack Solus ships? Or do we just beef up palace security? What are we going to do with all of these Solus bloody bits and pieces? I don't know. Sweep them up, feed them to the dogs. What do we do? I must say, I do not stand for this. Golden A? I won't Golden A. But I do feel like we need to retaliate some way. He tried to kill Glorb, everybody. Pat's like A. Grandee's probably like C. Does that mean Counts want B since it doesn't help anybody? Looks like counter-assassin will be the road we take. Your Majesty, I've sought out the services of Child of the Viper. They are far more effective than the blue octopus amateurs from the Isle of Seoul. Rest assured, Your Majesty, 2 weeks from today, the Archduke will be dead. Treasury goes down a lot. Just make it done. I suppose it could have. I don't think it would have raised it too much. Because it raised it for the Pats. Unless it raised it 6, which I don't think it does. The Archduke is as good as her word. And the assassin is as good as her word. In a fortnight, Archduke Shomo is found unresponsive in his bed, having apparently died of a heart attack. There's no sign of a struggle. No one officially accuses you, but rumors swirl. The nobles mutter their complaints much more quietly now. All right? I'm not afraid. You better not come after me or my husband. Defiance goes down. More importantly, no one messes with your husband, indeed. All right. End of season. We'll check in with the counts. The famine begins. 2 counts meet beneath silvery moonlight. It's time to speak of dark deeds against the crown. Our grain stores are looking good. Enough to endure as famine better than the rest of the kingdom, I'd say. How delightful. But will summoning this demon be difficult? It's magic beyond our usual fare. The walls of reality are sturdy, but they can be weakened. A tide of blood must swallow this kingdom in its wake. Chaos. For the next stage of your scheme counts. You must also lower stability to 4 or less in 2 seasons. Rebel! Currently nobody can rebel. But patricians at the villa. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. To what do I owe this pleasure, Madam Treasurer? Oh, give it a rest. You know why I'm here. Let's just hurry this up, shall we? Where do I sign? here, and here, and here. There you go, you've got what you wanted. Now give me the money. Of course, goodbye, Madam Treasurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Was that the royal treasurer you were speaking with? Indeed, my friend. Good news! With the king's gold running out, the treasurer was willing to sell off the kingdom's roads and bridges. Soon this kingdom will be ours. What will we do when we own everything? Am I looking forward to? The Pats have been looking good, haven't they? What do we do? Pats, how do you win the game? You are the first ones to stage 3. Will you A, turn the king into a proud corporate mascot? Or B, mercilessly extract wealth from the kingdom until it collapses? A will involve raising stability up. B will involve lowering authority. A probably harder, because you'll have both the other teams working against you. Not saying it's impossible, you could still do it. B, lowering authority, though. We've invested a lot of money in this kingdom. It's about time we started turning a profit. But what about the kingdom? What about the king? Won't he try to stop us? The key word there, my friend, is try. For the final stage of the Pat scheme, lower authority to 2 or less. The final push. Back in the south, Grandy Lady Frost has met with her co-conspirators once again. Wine is being passed around in good measure, but there seems to be little cause for celebration. It's no good. The peasants are losing momentum. If we don't keep up with the pressure, they'll go back to living their normal lives in peace. Bah, lazy good-for-nothing. They can't even get off their backsides for one measly revolt. We have to keep them unhappy. Don't allow the king time to stabilize. Grandy's goal, lower the kingdom's stability to 4 or less. We get to our next tax season of the game. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles in King of the Castle. Cruel taxing you raises defiance, raises the treasury by 400 gold, takes 400 wealth from everybody in that nation. Common tax, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing you will lower your defiance, lower the treasury by 700, and that's 700 wealth to everybody in the color. The grandees get the bonus. Their vineyards provide a bountiful harvest. Every grandee made 500 gold. We see a lot of them on the richest noble list. Combo, though, at 2,469 nice gold, is our richest noble. Grandees overall probably have the most wealth. A few of them not here, maybe, though. Nice. Common taxing has been my MO. And I believe it's continuing. We're barely going to stave off bankruptcy. I like that. We're going to stave off bankruptcy, or is there counterfeit currency? What is going on? The East has been prosperous of late, but my tax collectors are reporting suspicious coin in their latest takings. The whole region is awash with fake money. The council needs to act. All right. The counts have fake coins. Do we A, tell everyone in the East to examine their coins and return any duds? B, offer a substantial reward if the counterfeiters are caught? Or C, order your artificers to invent a new coin that's harder to counterfeit? Okay. Tough decision. What do we do? Counterfeit running rampant for the counts. How do we solve it? Few people voting A. A seems to be good for everyone. But at the same time, remember the Pats are on their stage 3. There are plenty of people still going for A here. It looks like we will tell everyone in the East to examine their coins. Just return any duds. That'll work out. Come on, Town criers across the East ring their bells and order townsfolk to beware forged coins. Unfortunately, the result is a complete loss of trust in the king's coinage. Eastern townsfolk barter goods instead, while the merchants ask for foreign currency. Trade will go down 2 for the counts. Stability will go down 1, but yes, authority goes down 1 as well. There is dissent at the arena? We just had an incredibly awesome summer games. What is happening? A coastal gladiator named Onyx has become remarkably popular in the arena. Onyx? Onyx. Oh yes, those fighting contests. Precisely, and for a gladiator, he's outspoken. In his last match, he donned a crown and claimed he would be a better monarch than you would ever be. It's all a joke for now, but he's seditious, and he has a significant following. He, or the other gladiators, even the patricians at large, may decide to take this further. Debts below. Since when did the king have a say in what happens in our own arena? I'm happy that Onyx is comfortable to speak freely. D6. The vote will come soon, but I'll do this here. We'll do it here. 1. Onyx needs to rein in his behavior. I'm sorry, yes, Onyx, rein it in. Pull it back a little bit. I'm the king here. I am King Stupid. Nobody questions me. Gooberfish, hello there. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. You are a count for the day. Thank you for joining us, Goob. Yamin and their friends grumble and mutter among themselves. But it all comes down to the council's decision. Alright. Do we A, leave Onyx to fight however he pleases? B, noble patrician Yamin shall fight Onyx in the ring to discredit him. C, arrange an accident for Onyx. Or D, have the king's gladiator bodyguards fight Onyx. We are doing well here today, Goob. It's been a fun reign so far. We are married to Glorb. I am married to Glorb. The Pats are doing very well. They're the only ones on stage 3 at the moment. The other 2 are on stage 2, and they both need stability down. How do we deal with this troublesome gladiator? I have married Glorb, yes. And he has been perfect. Yamin? Do we send in Yamin to the ring? Gladiator, my bodyguards. I do have the coastal gladiators are my bodyguards. I'm pretty sure they can take out Onyx. He's a chump compared to my glads. But maybe, just maybe, Yamin can do it. It's tied currently between B and D. Anybody who hasn't voted want to break a tie? Otherwise, I, as your monarch, would pick. And I'll roll, is what I'll do. You have faith? I do too. I do too. Maybe. Maybe. B and D are both cool. They are both cool. A tie means 1 through 3, and then 4 through 6. We will have the King's Gladiator bodyguards fight Onyx. It'll be good to get back into the ring. We'll beat this Onyx fellow into the ground, no problem. After a few weeks, your gladiators return. Marvelous, Your Serene Highness. We flanked Onyx and caught him in a net. Then, I hit Onyx with a reverse pile driver, and the crowd went wild. He waves a huge, ostentatious medal. I'll wear this on duty now, my greatest achievement. Other than guarding you, of course, Your Serene Highness. Now that your honor guard have shown their mettle, the arena spectators are eager to praise you to the skies. Authority goes up. Not only that, but the Pats are delighted that some of their very own gladiators were the ones to take Onyx down. Oily boys! They're great. WrestleMania on the coast. By God. Just when you thought the kingdom was going well. The Crystal Pox. Your Serene Highness, I bring unfortunate tidings. An outbreak of Crystal Pox is ravaging the coast. Crystal Pox? What is that, then? A most terrible disease, Your August Majesty. It begins with a rash of boils, which slowly and painfully crystallize until the poor victim is sparkling like a diamond. Eventually, the sufferer becomes a crystalline statue. Painfully, but admittedly glamorous way to go. And what am I supposed to do about it? Your Majesty, if I may make a suggestion. Victims of Crystal Pox are only infectious at the boil stage. Once they are fully covered in crystals, they no longer spread the disease. Indeed, the pox crystals can be harvested and used in jewelry. If we allow the pox to spread, we can make money in the coast. By the 9th woman, that is heartless even for you. The only way to fight the pox is to close the roads, shut down all trade until the wave subsides. Is that what you want? For the coast to lose money? All right. What do we do about the Crystal Pox? A. Spread the pox and harvest the gemstones. B. Don't do anything one way or the other. Or C. Do we quarantine the coast to prevent further spread? All right. What do we do about a Crystal Pox? It's not good no matter what happens. Quarantine, preventing the spread. Spreading it, don't do anything. May hear a noise, that's the air compressor. 00380. Hello there, welcome on in. How are you doing here today? Thank you for joining us. This is King of the Castle. It is a party game, a streamer versus chat game. I like to describe it as, where anybody can play along. Zero, if you want to play with us, you can type !join, and you will join on in the fun as one of the 3 random teams that we have here today. If you just want to watch, that is perfectly fine as well. Right now, there are events that occur during the game. Right now, there's a pox coming. The viewers, the Council of Nobles that is playing along is deciding what to do because of the Crystal Pox. It's tied currently between not doing anything one way or the other, or quarantining the affected area, the coast, the green team. You thought it was your kettle? No. Not your kettle. Air compressor. Fixing lawnmower, hopefully. In a tie like this, your monarch would break it. Anybody who hasn't voted yet, wish to vote here? Break a tie. Before we leave it to my D6. Striker, a little late on C. Can I get you in now, Ibala? You didn't already vote and you're tricking me. Alright, I'll go C. I'll go C since Striker says it. We will quarantine the coast. Prevent further spread. Blockades are placed on the roads leading in and out of the coast. Nobody goes in or out. For a month, The crystal pox ravages the countryside. Trade will go down for the Pats. They lose money. Stability goes down in the kingdom. When the blockades are lifted, many fields lie fallow with no farmers left to tend them. Coastal villages are dotted with the gleaming statues of the afflicted. Farming will go down 2 more for the coast. But thanks to the council's quick thinking, the disease doesn't spread beyond the coast borders. Once the roads reopen, the patricians harvest gemstones from the quarantined dead and sell them for a tidy profit. So, Pats, you end up making money off of this. You lost a little bit, but then you gained back more. You gained 750. I don't know if that's the overall net profit. End of season. Another law. What I got is good. We'll stick with it. On the verge of rebellion, we have the counts and the grandees now. And there are hoarders in the east. Gooberfish, your majesty, a monster has been stalking my farms at night, smashing down the doors of cottages and feasting on the peasants inside. That sounds ghastly. Only a few have seen the beast and lived to tell the tale. The survivors tell a garbled story about gleaming fangs amid a mountain of blood-soaked fur. All right. Ranger, have a good day then. Thank you for being here, sir. May you be well upon your travels. There's an abomination. Now, I knew the East would have abominations, all right. Do we A, send the Count's army to deal with it? Do we B, offer a substantial bounty for the monster? Or C, this is no concern of ours? Ephra, hello there. How are you doing here today? Good to see you here. Friday, good morning to you as well. Ephra, you are a count for the game. Hope all is well. Ephra, I saw you already saw. I posted the posted the last week's games. Friday, you are also a count for the game here. Countess Friday, the bold. Just came back home. Well, thank you for being in here, Ephra. Glad to see you here. At Friday, you as well. The Counts have a monster, is what's happening. What do we do with the Counts monster? Maidenless is back with ice cream. Maidenless, thank you. I pretend. If I imagine this is ice cream, it'll taste like ice cream. Yes, Ephra, it was wonderful, dude. I loved it. Thank you. I think it was awesome. Did you curse Friday with a bold curse? No, Friday wished to be bold, I think. Friday's made herself bold, unless she just didn't design her character. If you own the game, everybody, you're allowed to customize what your avatar looks like. If you do not, you are randomly generated. Alright, Counts, yeah. Counts, we don't need to worry about this. We're fine. The monster continues to menace the east, growing more bold every day. You hear reports that it no longer confines its attacks to the nighttime. Soon, peasants are too afraid to tend their crops, which lie rotting in the fields. Farming will go down 1. Stability will go down 1. A booming crop. Your Majesty, the yields in the eastern farms are extraordinary. I've never seen the like. The peasants are practically drowning in cabbages. They've even hybridized a new variety of pest-resistant cabbage that cures, nightmares. We must assemble a team from the university to study this new crop. It could benefit the entire kingdom. By the blood of the dead, wait a moment. You can't spread our secrets to just anyone. I'll have you know that our produce is very much in demand. We're just in the middle of securing a cabbage trade agreement with Tavalin. These eggheads could disrupt things terribly. Alright. Do we A, pay the counts to accommodate the scholars? B, prohibit the scholars and fast-track the Tavalin deal? Or do we C, claim the hybrid cabbages for the kingdom and distribute them widely? Counts have high farming, so they're growing many awesome, nightmare-saving cabbages. I know. It's not, like, brought up, but... Ephra, you were essentially the main character almost through a lot of the game. What do we do? What do we do? Pay the counts? Prohibit the scholars? Fast-track the deal? Or claim the cabbages for the kingdom? For the king! High speed, low drag. I've had the crown on a while. I've been had the crown on for half an hour. I can take it off, I guess. Crown courtesy of Ghostwood Customs. My buddy Negatron. Thank you, sir. Stretch away. Looks like close race. A and C both receiving votes. We will claim the cabbages for the kingdom, it appears. Peasants across the land start thinking that you invented the marvelous, stupid cabbage that begins thriving throughout the kingdom. You soon become known as Stupid the Gardener. The pimp you're right? I think so. Stability will go up 2 for the kingdom. Stupid cabbages are the greatest. You can buy it for me? Friday? You don't have to, but... Maybe. Maybe, if you want to play. Is it on sale Friday? Why Friday? Maybe. Thank you, Friday. Stupid cabbages. As for the counts, they're mostly affronted, citing trade secrets. They've been planning to name it something like Cabbage of Eastern Tranquility. That is not as good a name as Stupid Cabbages, I'll have you know. And my name is I am King Stupid King. Stupid of the King Dynasty is my name. But Stupid's Cabbage has a better ring to it, and the council has spoken. Stupid's Cabbage. Indeed. About my heir. Your marriage to Glorb has leaped from strength to strength over the past few months. Truly, you've found your soulmate, and every day you count your blessings. It's high time you thought about an heir. Well, you're finally married. I'm very happy, Mother, thank you. And yes, today, Aphra, we have pursued and married Glorb. Your happiness is as important as fulfilling your duty to the kingdom, but I'm glad you found a way to have both. You've done well so far, but something's still missing, an heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured, a child of your own to do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. Mother, my husband and I will have a child together. Somehow. Ah, the traditional method? No one will object to that. I can arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can... I don't know what you're going to do, son, but you'll do something for a month. End of season. Well, end of season. And as Zephyr mentioned, Defiance is high. Anyone though? Doesn't look like we've been having talks of rebellion. Tearing the veil. A pair of counts face each other in silence. A code word is exchanged. They speak of their latest schemes. What happened? The kingdom was meant to be a whirlpool of chaos by now. It's more like a whirlpool of smiles and hugs. No demon will come anywhere near it. The counts aim stability 4 or less. Counts and grandees 4 or less. Should you just rebel? Amanda, don't come in sowing dissent among the nobles. On their second stage, 4 or less stability, the counts, the purple team, and the yellow team, the grandees. On their third stage, the patricians need authority at 2 or less. Able to rebel, the only ones able to rebel currently are the counts. Grandees' rebellion halted for the moment. A few counts, though, are getting in on that. Losing trust. Speaking of that, losing trust. Your Majesty, the common folk of the East still don't trust our coins. They've gone back to bartering with chickens and bushels of wheat. If we don't do something to win back their trust soon, their economy will completely implode. I mean, they have 4 trade. They're doing all right. We cannot afford to do A. The treasury is too low. Do we do B? The East should adopt a foreign currency instead. C. Without having done anything, claim to have solved the crisis. Or D. There's nothing that can be done. Oh dear. Alright, what do we do? The East is having money problems. We gotta roll. Without having... Not only is it a roll, but it's a pretty funny line of dialogue there, huh? Without having done anything, claim... it's all over. Problem is solved. No, solved. The problem's solved. Of course, nothing to be done. Also fun. That is the same thing as C. Just I'm not claiming to have solved anything. We did it! Banner! Great success. But he didn't do anything. Didn't he, Lisa? Didn't he? Rolls have been up and down this game. You travel the length and breadth of the East, giving triumphant, but vague speeches about how you solved the currency crisis. Unfortunately, the common folk trust your word as much as they do your coin. They keep on happily bartering with random assortments of farmyard animals. The Eastern economy doesn't completely implode. In fact, the farms are more bountiful than ever. But commoners are locked out from trade with the rest of the kingdom. The East farms go up, but their trade does go down. Stability goes down too. Ooh. And that didn't hit authority either. I'm surprised that didn't lower authority. There is money problems in the East. There's tithe problems in the coast. Your Highness, I've come to submit a complaint about the Pats of the coast. Lately, they've been neglecting their tithes. And, what's a tithe? All the patricians are obligated to donate 1/8 of their monthly income to the church. And they want to stay out of the 7 hells when they die, that is. And, praise the ninth. Maidens, thank you for praising the ninth. But, I'm not a debt collector. Who do you think the common folk will blame if the church starts failing? Me? No, your highness, they'll blame you alone. Especially if I tell my priests to spread word that you refuse to help a holy man indeed. Fine, I'll help. Or go away, you irritating old fart. You got it? All right. Nice. I suppose I'll roll here. Because who doesn't want to tell off Archie? D20. 1 through 10, fine, I'll help. 11 through 20. And it's go away. I mean this with all due respect, and I mean all due respect, Archie. Go away, you irritating old fart. I have never been so... You will regret your words and your deeds. I'll see to it personally. Goodbye. Faith goes down for the coast. Defiance goes down for the coast. Good stuff, right? The Archbishop soon proves the truth of his words. Throughout the kingdom, priests preach to their flocks that the king is a baby kicker and devil worshipper. The gullible peasants lap it up. Stability goes down. Authority goes down. I am not a baby kicker. Bad shrooms for the coast. Bad news, your august majesty. The coastal laborers are starving. King Stupid the baby kicker. Predictably, yes, but the starvation, they've turned to foraging for mushrooms high up in the cliffs to survive. This particular variety is delicious and filling, but makes one very ill. After a brief recovery, all seems well. Great. The next morning, the unfortunate soul rises from their bed in a fugue state, wandering the streets as though touched by a demon. Then they drop dead. The mushroom is so dangerous, my servants are calling it the Six Gods' Bane. It sounds rather... useful. I wouldn't comment on that. If we can't get more food in the coast, we should at least tell the peasants what this Six Gods' Bane looks like. It's the last one. Yes, that's what this is. Should we A, pay the patricians to harvest mushrooms for the spymaster? B, the other nobles must send aid to the coast? Or C, do we ensure the people know how to recognize the Six Gods' Bane? Alright. Dangerous mushrooms going in the coast. How do we deal with them? Last time I saw this, we couldn't do B. Why was that? The other nation's farming wasn't high enough and it wouldn't let me, I think. Eat on the stream. Deliver them to the king. Where is vote D? I do love mushrooms. I mean, I don't know if I should eat these. They sound a little dangerous, but I got an iron stomach. I'll be fine. It's close. It's very close. A and C. Anybody break a tie between A and C? Paying the spymaster to paying the patricians to harvest them for the spymaster, or ensure the people know how to recognize it. There comes some A's. The harvest does little for the starving peasants, but at least the Six God Bane is no longer on the menu. Pats make money. In the meantime, the spymaster hoards the mushrooms, distilling them down carefully until a deadly poison remains. Really? That sounds like an interesting thing to eat. At least you got money, indeed. On the verge of rebellion are still the counts. A few people were doing it, though stability has dropped in the kingdom since then. Counts will not be rebelling yet. Tearing the veil instead, though. 2 counts meet on the outskirts of a barren farm, wind whipping at their long cloaks. Good news from the coast, the capital, my friend. Well, bad news, but good for us. Oh, yes, fires, wanton murder, giant spiders. All that and more. The fabric between worlds is wearing thin. The time is ripe to summon a demon. Coprine, which will act badly with ethanol. But which honored guests should we invite? Alright, counts. What demon should you summon? Ankarazad, Lord of Dismay, the seventh god's smile. Or B. Belfeminar, the hungering absence, queen of corruption. A will involve lowering your own faith. It is at 3 currently. B will involve raising your own trade. It sits at 1. I think those last few events really hurt your trade a lot, so A seems a little easier. The seventh smile. Ankarazad will never break through while the church has its claws in the hearts of the people. But if we make this kingdom ideal for his presence, he will sweep through the land, leave nothing but grinning corpses. From one of those corpses, we will simply pick up the crown. For the final stage of your scheme, counts lower your faith to 1 or less. Grandees, the final push. Back in the south, Grandee Lady Frost has met with her co-conspirators once again. Wine is being passed around in good measure. It seems spirits are high. We've done it again, my good friends. The peasants are in an uproar. Riots are commonplace across the kingdom. I foresee no negative consequences of this. Other than for the king, of course. Wonderful. I'm sure the king is already cowering in his palace. Who knew peasants could be so useful? Hi, Mom. Now then, only one step remains. I have 2 proposals for the plan ahead. One way or another, we will push the peasants to turn violent. Hi, Mom. She's right there. She's walking around. She's seeing what's happening, I think.
I was seeing if they got that fixed.
They fixed it. They fixed the lawnmower, everybody. And my mother is right here. And hi to all the mothers. I know a few mothers. Lady Frost is a mother. What do you do, grandees? Will you A, devalue the kingdom's currency and force the peasants into poverty? Or B, manufacture a food crisis and force the peasants into starvation? A involves lowering all trade, B, lowering all farming. Trade is lower at the moment. Diabolical. Why, you might even call it evil. Nay, it's for their own good, when you think about it. Everyone will be better off with Devi on the throne. With this final push, we will ensure the king soon has more than just a few angry peasants on his hands. Yes, and once the fighting starts, I'll be right there, ready to step in and negotiate. Join the winning team. You're gonna be loyal, Bruce? Is that what you're saying? Loyalty? Is that what you want? For the final stage of your scheme, grandees lower all regions combined trade to 7 or less. Right now, it's hard to say who's winningest. Everybody just reached their 3rd stage. The winningest team, I suppose, if you believe in prophecies, will be the Counts. How are you doing here, sir? Welcome on in. But I must say, I've married Glorb. And, I feel like I've already won. But if we want Glorb babies, maybe you do remain loyal. Our next auction. Exclamation point, fund, space, your choice. Space, how much you wish to bid for an auction. This could be a good one. Everyone, richest nobles are on the right. Combo, currently our richest noble. Everybody's money matters, though. Pawn 3 Swag, welcome on in. How are you doing today, Pawn? You yourself are a patrician of the coast for the game. Thank you for joining us here, Pawn. You've arrived for an auction. Everybody's money matters. There's a fresh 1,000 added into you, Pats, maybe. To review everything we've got, everybody on their final stage. A, the cathedral raises faith for the Counts. B, the observatory lowers faith for the Counts. C, the prison lowers stability for the kingdom. D, the Thieves Guild will lower trade for the grandees. E, the stadium will lower military for the Pats. Then F, the theater, will lower authority for the kingdom. I know, counts are the only ones with a counter, though then again, I think everybody's going to be going for their goal, probably. Counts want B. They need faith to be 1. Grandees want the total kingdoms trade to be down. They want D. The Pats want authority to be 2 or less. So B, D, and F are the big ticket items. Only the top 2 buildings get funded. You know what you must do, but you do not have the strength. Look deep within you, Dr. Joe. And Pawn, I just started it now. I don't know if you got in too early or not, but that is what we are looking for. A, of course, is a blocker for the counts. If you're getting super greedy, I don't think anybody will get super greedy, though. It'd be very hard to get 2. So I think B, D, and F are, yes, our big ticket hot items in this auction. F and D currently being funded, then F at 3,999, D at 3,300. We're 30 seconds halfway through. I cannot stop the timer. Once it hits 0, that is it. I will warn you, when 10 seconds are left, top 2 buildings get made. It's still D and F. There's 3250 now. B climbing up just a little bit. It is a close race. D and F. D is Grandees. F is Pats. B is Counts. 10 seconds left. It's still F and D. D and F. They're switching back and forth. Do I see B climbing? I do not. I do not. I do not. I maybe do. Hold on. There it goes. D gets up even more. D gets reassured. F got some. I think A was sneaking up at the end, but F still cements itself. It will be D and F. It would be nice, probably, yes. The extension, though, you know, has just the most basic stuff. We encourage people, of course, to change your name to fit your faction. You can click on, what's it called, the chat identity. There's like a thing there where you can change what color you look like in chat. That's why my name changes constantly, because I change teams. D and F will get past. D lowers trade down for the Grandees, sabotaging their own trade to try to reach their goal. They need all trade to be 7 or less. It's at 8. F then also gets past, lowering authority. Pats need 2 or less authority. Chat colors per channel would be cool, especially for these games. Normally, before King of the Castle started, I was always green. Green's my favorite color. So now it's odd when I'm green. I'm not green everywhere. How about we get agricultural concerns? Friday. Hello there, Friday. Your Majesty, there's a particular forest in the east that nobody's allowed to enter because it's owned by the king. If we cleared it, it would prove valuable as a pasture for cattle or growing crops. Right now, it serves no purpose. Friday, those are my trees, hands off. By the blood of the dead, Your Highness, you don't know those trees existed until 5 minutes ago. I petitioned the council to transfer ownership. Nothing personal. Excuse me, Friday, you can't just take my trees. Do we A, grant ownership of the forest to Countess Friday? B, Countess Friday is allowed to buy the land if she can afford it. Or C, the King's Wood should remain property of the king. Can you afford it? How much money do you have? I don't know. Will it let you do B? I suppose if it wouldn't let us do B, it'd be blocked off. I think it'll still just take all of your money. Alright. What do we do? Friday's tried to take my woods from me and turn it into farmland. What do we do? A, grant ownership of the forest to Friday. B, she's allowed to buy it if she can afford it. Or the King's Wood, the King stupid would Woods. King's Stupid Woods will remain the King's Stupid Woods. Seven, take us. Why would you even visit this when would you even visit this stupid place, your majesty? You barely leave the palace. Hey. Just because I'm a bit of a hermit. A plague of rats. Count Do It for Bruce strides into the council chambers, distraught, waving a dead rat by its tail. The fields and barns of the east are overrun by vermin. We've no more poison for these horrible things. We can't scope and seethe anymore. It is you. You're bringing rats in here, and I don't like it. All right, take it away. A, take the rat and go. The east can handle this alone. B, deliver a supply of rat poison. C, send them a shipment of cats. Or D, hire adventurers to clear out the rodents. Use demons to hunt the rats. That will definitely do it. Go ahead. We'll go ahead here. Golden Sea. Nay. No golden. It's sitting there teasing you. There's every season, isn't it? That Hoy picked Golden Choice but refuses to use it. Kills me too. Cats is popular here. We all love cats. A is actually a better option. Because cats too is a roll. I mean, it won't be 90%. But cats are better. Cats are the option. The one and only one. Do It for Bruce bows to you deeply. I can't thank you enough, your grace. You send a caravan of cats over to the east. By the time they reach their destination, they're both hungry and very angry. The perfect rat-catching mindset. We will wait to see what happens. Soon the rats are gone. Most households in the east have a very satisfied cat guarding their food. You hope the kittens don't become a problem. The fines will go down. We don't get a cat statue that can sometimes appear at that event. There is the true monster. Goober. Remember when I came to you with word of a monster preying upon peasants in the east? It's a little hard to forget that, Goober. I have reason to believe that the culprit may be one of my fellow counts. Count Sir Flochicor, to be precise. I should have known. Of course. The peasants believe that Count Flochicor transforms into colossal, bloodthirsty beasts once every 7 nights. Why do you trust the word of peasants? You have a lot to learn from peasants if you care to listen. What should I do? Pray, do not call a public vote on the matter. It would embarrass the Count greatly, for no good reason. No, this matter should be put to a vote. I'll send a team of inquisitors to investigate. Absolutely not. I shall arrest the Count at once, or I'll send a message to ask him to control himself. I won't roll, but I will put it to a vote. The council, of course, is shocked at the revelation that the Count is responsible for the horrors in the east. Infamy, libel, I am innocent. A. Do we send a team of inquisitors to investigate the claims at once? Do we B. Order the Count Sir Flochicor, arrest Count Sir Flochicor at once? Or do we C. Order him to simply keep control of his condition? right. A bloodthirsty beast. If I had to pick somebody to guess, it would have been you, sir. But how do we deal with a beastly count? Arrest him at once? They're not going to like that. It's tricky, 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 tricky. It is tricky. Rebellion may be going off soon. When the knights arrive to arrest Count Sir Flauchicor, they're attacked by an enormous beast with coal-black fur and claws like scythes. Defiance can't get any higher. Authority will go up. It slays dozens of knights. Once finally wounded beyond hope of recovery, it turns back into human shape. Count Sir Flauchicor lies on the floor, frail and limp, and soaked in blood. Military goes down. Please, release me of my curse. Are you here, sir? If you're here, I might listen to you, otherwise I'll roll. Do we order him dragged back to the dungeon or kill the beast? Do you wish to die? Or not? I will roll, though. A 14. You're too dangerous to be left alive. A knight ends Sir Cor's life in a single brutal axe blow. Defiance still can't get higher. 10 is the max stats can get. Your Highness, I wish we could have found a better way. Count Sir Cor may have been a monster, but he still had noble blood, deserved better treatment. Alright. Count Sir Flauchicor has died. But fear not. If you ever die, become imprisoned, or otherwise incapacitated, imprisonment would have been the same as killing him here, essentially. You will, your son, daughter, your child, whoever it may be, will take their place on the council. Everybody welcome Flauchicor II. The rebellion is apparently going off then for the counts. Grandees are able to rebel, but they are not currently. We get to our next tax season of the game. 3 ways a monarch may tax the nobles. We probably should have jelly, I know. Cruel taxing you raises up your defiance. Raises the treasury by 400 gold. And that's 400 wealth. Takes 400 wealth from every noble in that color. Common tax has no defiance. Swing 100 treasury to 100 wealth. Bribing you lowers defiance. Lowers the treasury by 700. Adds 700 wealth to every noble of the color. We can't target the counts because they are rebelling currently. The grandees get the bonus. They strike a lucrative trade deal with Kurth, worth 500 gold. Richest noble is Ranger at 3150. Common tax is sort of perfect here. It'll hit me right at 1,000 to avoid a bankruptcy event. Rebellion is coming up, though, too. You want to usually have money during Rebellion. You can buy additional equipment for your loyal soldiers. But it looks like common tax for everybody will be what we go with here. Currently rebelling. The counts. They were able to win a couple of rebellion victories earlier. We will go, my heir first. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You'll stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down too. The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My son. The assembled nobles break out into polite applause. By designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Your Majesty, may I be the first to congratulate you on the birth of your son. What is his name? Maidenless. This is little Stupid the second. Glorb the second. As well, my tadpole. We are blessed, your holiness. I'm sure little Stupid the second will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. Of course, though, during a rebellion, the monarch may not win. I must put down this rebellion if we hope to continue with the Stupid. At long last, the counts have reached their boiling point. You're confronted in your throne room by Countess Luciander. Her smile is sharp as a scalpel. The counts of the East will bring you down, pretender to the throne. We will rise up and fight for Yuli, the true monarch. Authority goes down 1, stability goes down 1. This is a formal declaration of war. The next time we see each other, we'll be on the battlefield. And I will not give it directly to you here. Luciander sees her. Come along now, traitors get the chop. What? But you can't do this. I'm an envoy, see? See how the king's tyranny grows worse by the day. Stability goes down to 3. Defiance will go up. Your watchman wastes no time. Countess Lucy is dragged out into the courtyard. Her head is struck from her shoulders. I didn't expect them to move so boldly, Your Majesty. And, Luciander, I'm sorry it had to be done. Luciander II will have her vengeance. What are our chances against the rebels, Marshal? The counts are formidable, but not undefeatable. I hope they don't persuade any other regions to join the rebellion. That would be disastrous. How did things get this bad? The leader of the rebellion is Count Airhawk. As reason for the uprising, he's citing your past transgressions, mainly your marriage to the Finn folk prince. Airhawk urged to murder rising. Yes, Your Majesty, hold on to that feeling. You'll need it. They saw what happened when the Archduke of Shomo came after Glorb, right? So this is it? Civil war? That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom is divided. There will be a lot of death and suffering before all this is over. I can't wait. I'll dig out the trebuchets. I know. There are more reasons. We have been making the counts mad throughout the game, too. There's more than just Glorb. We have an opening strike. I mean, we just killed a count last season. Airhawk. It's been a long time coming. Over 300 years ago, the East was conquered. But before that, we were our own rulers, with a lineage of monarchs stretching back 1,000 years. The glory days. Indeed, and that's why we must rise up. By placing Yuli on the throne, we will reclaim what we have lost. But first, we must decide on tactics. My fellow counts, I ask you, how shall we strike first? We can launch a preemptive strike against the patricians to cripple their military offensives. It's weird, I know. If we suspect the grandees may join our cause, we can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the king's authority is low. We could also call upon the church to condemn the king. Or finally, we can send an assassin to nip this in the bud. My honor guard are patricians, I will tell you. Counts only vote counts. What do you do? A. Launch a preemptive strike on the Pats. B. Call upon the grandees to join the cause. C. Petition for support of the church. Or D. Send an assassin after the king. The same name as my child on Friday. Coincidence? I think not. Assassin? I dare you to vote A. I like A. I would probably go A personally. Try to knock down the Pats a little bit. But it will be assassin time. Thank you for meeting with me at such short notice. The sum you offered piqued my interest. You understand why the sum is so high, though. Marley will pay the assassin's fee. It's always the richest person, right? So Marley, no longer the richest, then. Yes, you want me to assassinate the king. 'Tis no trouble. I'm a child of the Viper. If you have the gold and want a man dead, he is dead. Get it done. All right. On the verge of rebellion are the grandees. Only one person getting in on that, but they'll be fine. Trust me. It'll slip right by them. Do I go for the Iron Choice? Iron Choice is mean to Pats. I won't go for it here. I'll keep what I got. Reverse is fun, but I won't. I think keeping what I have is good. We will, mustering an army first, then, Counts. The eastern border's lined with countless campfires. Pikemen practice their drills. The Count's troops are gathering in vast numbers. Look at them all. A wondrous sight is that. Is this it? Are we ready to march? No, not yet. We're still mustering our forces, and on that subject, I've considered several proposals to further bolster our trials for the army for the trials ahead. Counts. Several proposals, huh? Your trade is too low for A, your faith is too low for C. It's either B, construct a mass of peasant levies, or D, the existing army will be enough. Kind of thing you should go B. No brainer. You're trying to win a rebellion, you need military. It will sacrifice your highest stat farming. So not bad. Glad it's not trade. B is excellent here. Perfect, in fact, for you. I've never seen... I don't know if D truly does nothing. I assume it does, but I mean, D apparently does nothing. I've never seen somebody pick D to not take the chance to improve your military. The East has a long-standing tradition of sending our peasants off to serve as human shields for our real soldiers. Military goes up 2. Farming goes down 2. The Counts pull peasants off the fields and thrust spears into their calloused hands. This will mean a few bad harvests for sure. But the East can survive that, right? Something's wrong. It's an afternoon like any other. You're sitting atop your throne, listening to the petitions of the common folk. A merchant is droning on about the number of beggars in the capital's main square. Suddenly, you spot a flash of movement out of the corner of your eye. What's that? A hooded man steps forward from the crowd, unsheathing his lethal-looking blade from his belt. The merchant's droning stutters to a halt. Guards? Guards? My oldie boys? Your honor guard rush forward, pausing only momentarily to flex for the crowd. Just give it a little Lex Luger. The assassin flings the blade at you. Moments before one of the coastal gladiators crashes into him. Duck, dive, dip, dodge, weave, dodge. I will duck, of course. Fortunately, the assassin's aim was thrown off by your honor guard. The blade sinks into the throne's backrest, an inch from where your head had been. A duck dive, you say? Your honor guard and the assassins engage. Somehow, the lone killer downs several of them in an instant. Though they received only superficial cuts, they're already convulsing, with foam dripping from their lips. Eventually, the assassin is cut down, but not before your coastal gladiators have been utterly devastated. My oily boys, no! The few survivors die within hours, also foaming. I mean, without revealing too much, Me, Glorb, and the gladiators spent many nights together, everybody. Your Majesty, are you alright? I think I'm gonna throw up. The Spymaster takes a smart step back as you spew your half-digested lunch all over the floor. Spew, good word. It's a good thing your honor guard were loyal. I dread to think what would have happened if they'd sympathized with the rebels. She pulls the knife out that had been embedded in your throne. I suspect it was coated with venom of the scorpion cat. Oh, dang. We learned that same scorpion cat's been roaming around the coast. The slightest scratch, you'd have died in indescribable agony. So who was the assassin? One of the children of the Viper, the most feared assassins in the kingdom, no doubt hired by your enemies in the east. They use magic and trickery poisons in combat. A single Viper's child can slaughter even the kingdom's finest warriors. You'd have to be more vigilant from now on. I think I need some time to process this. Of course. The counts will stop at nothing, even murder, to bring you down. Thank the Ninth for your honor guard. May they rest in peace. Things could have gone very differently. Alright. My honor guard dead. And we have a great battle to get to. Vast armies darken the landscape like shadows of clouds. Flags are flying. Drums are pounding in rhythm with the marching of boots. The kingdom's gripped with civil war. At least, that's what you imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safe of your palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal. Your Majesty, the army of the East is advancing on the capital, led by that treacherous cur, Count Airhawk. I received word from the commander of our loyalist forces in the south. If they march now, they'll intercept the counts in a matter of days. Alternatively, they could join forces with the army of the coast. It's risky, but together they'd have a higher chance of defeating the accursed counts. What are your orders, your Majesty? Grandees. It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but I think you need to take them on your own. Very well, your Majesty. I'll relay your orders to Grandee Waper, commander in the field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on a battlefield. We have our orders, but should we follow them? It is not that, Airhawk. It is a ploy on my part. Taco Monster Lord, welcome on in, Taco. Taco, welcome to the Counts. The Counts currently are rebelling, and they are trying to march upon the capital. The loyalist forces are the Grandees and Pats. I've just told the Grandees that they need to link up with the Patricians. But it appears that they are going to defy my orders and link up with the Patricians. I know. It's to limit the damage. Your army is already at 0. Even if you lose the roll, you won't lose any army here. See, that's the big brain play I'm trying to do. I'm trying to convince you that I'm trying to do. But I think some people like this here. The whole city holds its breath. You stew in your palace, waiting for your marshal's return. Finally, she bursts into the throne room. She looks more furious than you've ever seen her. Your Majesty, the cowardly Grandees defied your orders and turned their army around to link up with the Pats. Probably afraid of facing a real fight on their own. We can only hope that that was the right decision. Have some confidence, Your Majesty. Too late for doubts now. It'll all come down to the next battle, Your Majesty. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. We will prevail. That's the spirit. Now I really must be going. I have a lot to take care of. Over the next few weeks, it becomes clear that the Southern Army's retreat has given the Counts free rein to pillage and plunder the South. The rampaging troops descend on farms like locusts, taking everything to feed thousands of hungry villagers. Farming will go down 2. Meanwhile, shops, churches, and manors are plundered. The stolen loot shipped back to the east. Whew. And alright, I couldn't remember. It is even. So grandees there were trying to lower down trade. That is their goal for the game. But trade balanced itself out. Alright. Grandees, that was your big blame play there, I see. You lose money. You lose trade. Counts gain money. Counts gain trade. But while the South suffers, the Southern forces successfully link up with the patricians. Now, the joint army of the Grandees and the Pats rush to meet the Counts in open warfare. And the winner will either end your reign or preserve it. I couldn't remember either myself. I'm like, do they take more than they... Do they destroy more than they take? But no. I think that's what they were trying to do there, Grandees, at least. Grandees are still on the verge of rebellion. But it doesn't look like they're going to join it. We'll end the season. Checking in with everybody. On their last stage, Grandees need every region's trade to be 7 or less total. It's at 8 currently. The Pats need authority to be 2 or less. So Grandees and Pats are 1 point away from their goal. The Counts, while you're attempting to rebel, your scheme is put on hold. But in your back pocket, you might rather think faith, maybe. We have... We'll go... Pinch Point first. Taco Monster Lord. Taco, good to see you. Welcome on in here. You're ready for rebellion, sir. Glory awaits, Silent Striker X. Our forces will soon march across the river Goldspool in the coast, and after that, it's a clear road to the capital. A river crossing is a dangerous time for any army. We should do something unexpected. Build rafts downstream and float our troops across. By the blood of the dead, what cowardice is that? If we take the main bridge and fortify it, we'll control half the coast. Yes, if. I urge caution. Alright. Counts. What do you do? A. Build rafts downstream, away from the trouble. B. Seize the day. Capture and hold the main bridge. Or C. Cross the bridge and collapse it behind you. A, the safe option then, it seems. B, the risky 50-50. Or C, merely collapsing the bridge. Not allowing anybody. A isn't bad then. Raising up authority there. Maybe you can block out the Pats. Rig cowardice. But if that's our decision, the Counts cross the river downstream on primitive rafts. They're able to get closer to the capital while avoiding ambush by the patricians. But the peasant folk whisper that the Counts are afraid of the king's loyalists. Authority will go up. No victory points for either side. In order for a rebellion to win, they must earn 5 rebel victory points. The loyalists then must also earn victory points. I feel a sneeze in here. It's coming, I think, maybe. Dr. Joe. Your August Majesty, we must send aid to my friend in the field, Lord Patrician Pon 3 Swag. Swag, what's happened? What sort of mess is he in? The Eastern forces marched through his lands, and he was holed up inside his fortress. Thank you. The fortress can withstand a frontal assault, but the rebels aren't stupid enough to try that. They'll besiege Lord Patrician Pon and starve him out. You can't let that happen, Your Serene Highness. Why, he still owes me money. Ah, so that's why. Dr. Joe's not really concerned about you. He just wants to get paid. Typical. Lots of money. All right. Do we A, divert a portion of the coastal forces to lift the siege? B, employ some local traders to smuggle food into the castle? Or C, leave him be? It will be a useful distraction for the enemy troops. Loyalist only votes, so only grandees and patricians can vote for this. Ugh. Doesn't look good. Either 30% both the rolls, or if we divert the coast forces, that will take away some of their military. Rebellion heating up this turn. Important decisions for everybody. The great battle is yet to come. The grandees believe in the local traders. The Pats think, Pawn, you'll be a useful distraction. Anybody break a tie? Grandees or Pats only vote? I mean, they're both 30-30s, 30-70s. Which one do you believe in? Which one will succeed? In the case of a tie, the monarch will break the vote, and I have been randomly rolling to determine what I do for situations. And alright, B and C. It will be a D20, 1 through 11, or 1 through 10 is B. 11 through 20 is C. It is B. Employ some local traders to smuggle food into the castle. Not wanting to commit troops to the fight, you search the area for some honest folk wanting to make an honest living by moving food inside the castle for Lord Patrician Ponswag. But the search is fruitless. The coast is not affluent enough to boast its own smuggling network. That, or they were all scattered when the war moved in. With no one to provide them support, Lord Patrician Pond's forces inside the castle run out of food in a matter of weeks, forcing them to surrender. The fortress is taken without much bloodshed, mostly. Swag is promptly stung from his battlements as a warning to the other patricians. Ouch. Alright, no trade will go back and forth here. Arms are reappropriated, however. Prisoners of war taken. The fortress becomes an important supply checkpoint for rebel battalions entering the coast. Ponswag has died, but fear not, everybody. Ponswag II is on the council now. Rebels gain a victory point. Military goes up for the east. Goes down for the coast. Uh-oh. Yeah, the rebellion's not looking too good, is it? Military-wise. Or, loyalists, that is. Ain't looking too good military-wise. The final battle. A month ago, the battle was averted. But that battle cannot be postponed forever. Bruce, it's actually looking good for the rebellion here. Their assassin killed the honor guard. They've gained at least one victory point. Their armies greatly outnumber the other ones. We're getting to the final battle right now. The grandees and patricians are all that stands between the counts and the capital. A final battle deciding the fate of the kingdom. I'll send word to the Pats that it's time to strike. We can only hope they listen to our orders, Your Majesty. Alright. Patricians! Do we A, send the joint forces of the Pats and Grandees to fight the rebels? Or do we B, hang back and let the Counts march in the capital without challenge? We are not cowards. Then Pats must prove it, Pats! Will you take the 50-50 roll? Or are you hanging back? Treacherous curs, you talking? This might be the all is lost moment. You send off your marshal with your orders and wait anxiously to hear the outcome of the battle. The next few days are agony. When she finally arrives, she's so angry, it takes her a full 20 minutes to stop swearing and making incomprehensible threats. And after that, I'll set fire to the ashes! Rebels gain 3 victory points. Defiance goes up for the Pats. Authority only goes down 1. Whew! It almost... Woo, Pats! So close. Marshal, you don't seem pleased. Oh, really? Am I giving off the slight hint of soul-consuming rage? Instead of engaging the enemy, as we told them to, the cowardly patricians, the craven grandees just hang back. They stayed out of the way. They allowed the troops of the counts to march right by, probably giving them a cheery wave. Now they're nearly at the capital. There's no way to stop them. What? But why? Why, Pats? Why? A healthy mix of cowardice, self-interest, and a lack of confidence in your abilities, I assume. They're hedging their bets and waiting to see on who comes out on top. Maidens, thank you. Bastards! We're defenseless now. The Eastern Army will be camped outside the city walls in a matter of weeks. If we want to see the year's end, we must build up fortifications, stockpile food, train up a citizens' militia. It's time to pray to the Ninth, Your Majesty, because apart from him, we're on our own. Alright. It is not looking good for the kingdom overall. Grandy's still not joining the rebellion yet. Pat's actually next turn might be able to join the rebellion. However, we come to an auction. Exclamation point fund. Space your choice. Space how much you wish to bid. Richest nobles picked on the right. There are a couple Pats there, but we see many counts for the counts plundered as they march through while rebelling. Everybody's money matters. Grandies and Pats, though. Ooh. Let's review what we have. A, the Deer Park lowers farming down for the counts. B, the prison lowers stability for the kingdom. C, the aqueduct raises farming for the grandees. D, the Thieves Guild No Faith lowers trade for the grandees. E, the Grand Bazaar raises trade up for the Pats. Then F, the theater will lower stability, or authority rather, for the kingdom. Freshly baked bread, welcome on in. How are you doing today? Thank you for joining us. You are on the Grandees. A quick 1,000 gold burst to you, Grandees. You might need it. In fact, where does that put you? That puts you top 3 in Grandees wealth here at Toast. Yeah, this is, as I call it, a spicy auction. The Counts, I guess the Counts' job here, if you want to win, you have to stop the other nations. The Grandees need trade at 7 or less, so Grandees need D, while also preventing E. So Grandees need to get probably maybe 2 things. D is for your win condition. E, though, will stop you. The Patricians need F. F, 1 more point of authority. I know. Yeah, Grandy's unfortunately in the worst position maybe here. Counts are in rebelling. They are trying to win. They will need... Counts probably will go, say, E. And something else. Some other dump. Counts are in the word. Counts have the most money. If Counts want to do it, they can go E and say, is it A? Counts need to pick 2, though. And with enough money, maybe they can do it. 60 seconds you have for an auction. We could see 2 win conditions met here. Go ahead, 60 seconds. I cannot stop the timer. Once it reaches 0 in an auction, that is it. The final 10 seconds, get in your snipes. Only the top 2 buildings are created. We see E getting funded, then E is anti-Grandee. Ooh. D, though, also getting some. F getting 500. There's 2550 in E so far, 700 in D. F now getting a little bit of support. 901 is what F has. We're currently E and F halfway through the auction. E and D now. We see none going in anywhere else there, but just these 3 at the moment. D, E, and F. I mean, maybe even 10 seconds left. Maybe even just no F. Maybe if you go E and D is what I think Counts need to do. 5 seconds left. It's F and E. We're all back and forth. 4,400. F and D, it's probably going to be. And it will be F and D. Ooh. Do I need to review? I need to replay that myself, personally. There was a lot of people betting. Alright. Both teams meet their win condition at the same time, then. Means that it should be a behind-the-scenes coin toss as to who will be the winner of the game. So let's see. Don't even read. Don't even read it. Let's go. The rich get richer. It happens gradually. Like a frog slowly boiled. At first, it was paying a few patricians' tolls here and there. To cross a road, to sail down a river. But as their cash reserves grew, so did their greed. Even the rebellion fizzled out. The counts couldn't afford to march on patrician roads. Pat's economy goes up to 10. The treasury goes down to 0. And if they didn't pay, the patricians' fearsome mercenaries from Valamir would come to collect, army or not. What about your crown? That might fetch a good price. Treasurer! I can't sell my crown. Can't you? I don't think you have a choice. The patricians bought your palace some time ago. It's been a struggle to pay rent. Sorry about this, Your Majesty, but everyone's struggling right now. Over the next few months, the kingdom's economy slowly goes up in flames. The Pats get richer and richer despite the turmoil. Soon, peasants can't even afford to buy bread. Merchants throw themselves from high towers. Meanwhile, the obscenely wealthy patricians amuse themselves by going boating in specifically made rivers of wine, or buying up entire villages, forcing the residents to fight for sport. Well, that sounds cool, actually, Pats. Here you go, Your Supreme Majesty. Dr. Joe, what? What's this? This is an eviction notice. You haven't paid rent in months. Pack your things and get out. But I sold all my things to pay your bills. Not my problem. We're kicking you out and replacing you with Eris. It's about time, really. But the people hate me. They'll blame me for this. Then I suggest you buy yourself a small farm somewhere very far from civilization. You announce your abdication the next week to gasps from the gathered crowd. Within a week, Eris has taken the throne. Within a month, you're living with Stupid the Second on a farm 10 miles from the closest village. No one out here knows your name, or who you used to be. Yet somehow people still call you Stupid. Glorb is, against all odds, still by your side. Pats, you think you won? Nope. I won. I have Glorb. He's not exactly happy with your exile, but he's learning to herd sheep. You don't hear much about how the kingdom is faring. You soon lose track of who's even on the throne. Instead of sleeping until mid-morning in the bed of silk, you're up at dawn mucking up the stables. Occasionally, some disease or disaster or grand war will sweep over your little slice of countryside, leaving nearby horses and houses and ashes and friends and graves. But that's just life. I know, this to me would be the best ending. I wouldn't want to be king. If I could live a simple life with Glorb, that would be it. But then things will return to normal, and you know what? You're happy. Though sometimes, secretly, you do miss being king. GG's to everybody, but especially the patricians for our game today. We'll play 2 games, don't worry. Give me a short break between them, though. Evicted from the palace, the former king lived out the rest of his days in a farm far away from the capital. It was a quiet life, but not without its pleasures. The counts, led by Airhawk, launched a rebellion that accomplished nothing besides distracting the king while cunning schemers took the throne. The rebellion wasn't a bad idea there, counts. You almost pulled it off. Unable to convince the peasants to act in time, the grandee's scheme fizzled into irrelevancy. Perhaps next time they take matters into their own hands, instead of hinging their plans on the whims of common folk. Getting on my laptop for this game, it's serious. The patricians retreated to their yachts and opium dens, enjoying their obscene wealth while the kingdom starved and suffered. The peasants hoped their hubris would catch up with them, a hope that rested on newly crowned monarch Eris, turning against the coastal masters. Naive? Only time would tell. King Stupid the Gardener. Glorb of the Coast, my adoring husband. I don't know, the Counts probably would have won the rebellion if the auction didn't end the game. So, but if the rebellion had been put down, I probably would have won. Ranger, our richest noble. The treasury, everything will recover, but we're going to play one more game on this dynasty. All these stats will remain the same. Any gold you accumulated during this game will carry on over. It always comes down to money. And that's why coin is king, my friends. Because it does come down to money. We will continue the game. If you've never played in a dynasty game before, everything continues over. Monarch Eris, though, is the role I will be assuming. The patricians who won. Give me a few minutes, though. I'll grab a small snack, use the restroom. I will return. But, thank you guys for playing. One more today. Mero, welcome back. Everybody, join back in. Sadly, you're 100% broke. Purple probably be at an advantage then, since they didn't get theirs, sort of. Welcome back in, everybody. Second game beginning now. Everybody new players. Don't see any new players. You go back to your old team if you're in a new dynasty. So as long as we play in this King Dynasty, you will be where you're at. But we switch dynasties every day this week. Every faction gets their chance to spend. Let's take a look. Yeah, some people will be in a better position this game than others. Take a look, say, money-wise. Yeah, money-wise. Pats, D's, good luck here. New players will come in, give you new money instead of old money that is gone. Emergency golden choices. If we get it, we might not get it today. For this reign. Stat-wise. Ugh. Stat-wise, I don't like the Grandees. Very high farming and faith, but no military, no trade. Pats have super high trade they love. Counts overall are probably best. Gooberfish, welcome back in. Alright, we'll go the Dynasty event first. Taking back control. Your Majesty, King Stupid was the patrician's dancing little puppet. You don't plan on following in his footsteps, do you? Nobody tells me what to do. That's the spirit. Now listen carefully. You need to do exactly what I tell you. The patricians own the roads. They own the bridges. They're charging my soldiers to march. They have too much power. We need to take back what's ours. What's yours? People's wealth. Combo right here then. You yourself haven't rejoined, but the counts are the only ones with money currently, sort of. Fresh baked bread has 1,000 for the Grandees. You have 69? Nice. Alright. This is a dynasty event that occurs then when the Pats win the game through a monopoly. Do we A, seize back the kingdom by force? B, change the laws to make monopolies illegal? Or C, do we buy everything back at an inflated price? Okay. What do we do? Alright, eating is good. I got a banana and a piece of bread for my little snack between games here. I like bananas. It was like, still sort of hard is when I like bananas. I don't like mushy bananas. Buy back everything at an inflated price? Bananas and nuts, it's a winning combination. Seize it by force? We'll take the day. Glad to hear it. I'll rally the troops. You can't do this. We bought this kingdom fair and square. Excuse me. Stability goes down. Ignoring the patrician's protests, your troops break down doors and rip up deeds. The land is yours again. She's like, we own this, and just, no you don't. Authority goes up, stability goes down even more. Pats lose 2 trade. The path to victory. Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless of course they prove themselves worthy of the thrones that they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? The military victory did not appear to be working out too well, I don't think. Let's see what we get here for our second reign. A 4. Monarch heiress will be the parent of a nation. Not too bad. 17. The farming stats. Interesting. Are you concerned for the welfare of the commoners? Or just hoping for a favorable passage in the history books? I suggest over the next few years, you focus on improving the kingdom's overall farming as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Coronation time. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from King Stupid, but you must still answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation. Let's just get this over with, then. Shall we call the nobles in? All right. Welcome to Game 2 of the day. Patricians won our first game. Who might win our second game? What do we do in the coronation now? A, the patricians will smooth over any bad feelings with some bribes. B, proceed with a religious ceremony that honors the ninth god. C, throw the monarch into the river. Or D, the troops shall bear the monarch through the streets atop a shield. I know, bribes from the Pats. Essentially, I think, yeah, they don't have anything to lose there. I mean, it will give money to the other nations, though. But at the very least, you guys don't lose much money. You guys, it's worse than it could be, Pats. For A. What do we do? Coronation time. Stats already a little wonky. Authority at 6, stability is already at 3. More troops bearing the monarch through the streets. We did that the first game. The shield. I know. Split that gold farthing, like, cut it into pieces. And hand it to each of the other nobles, please. Military for all, always popular, though. Anybody break a tie? A or D? Otherwise, I will randomly pick one. Random choices aren't always working out for people when I pick them. Keen to keep the new monarch on the throne, the patricians distribute bribes, gifts to the counts and grandees. You meant D? Too late. Meanwhile, the coronation itself is a rather quiet affair. So, alright. Pats lose... how much do you lose there? I think it's like 750? It's actually a lot of gold. It's 300. I think you all lose 300 since the grandees gain 300. Alright. So counts and grandees like that. They all gain money. Their defiance goes down. End of season. Who got the 1 gold? It's like Scrooge's lucky dime. Whoever got the 1 gold piece that belonged to Marrow will bring good luck to you. Trust me. Luza. Luza? I don't think I've seen that name before. Louisa. Louisa? Is that Louisa? I guess. Of the Gooberfish dynasty. Sinister Eastern prodigy. Leans delicately on a podium. Tricky Trident. Thank you for the beat. I appreciate it, dear sir. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false monarch heiress wears the crown. Pronunciation is good. Thank you. I try. It kills me if I don't know how to pronounce a word, or if I am pronouncing it incorrectly. I won't mind if I'm corrected. Tricky. I need the coin. Here it is. Actually, hold on. Tricky. Just gave me your 1 gold coin. I have it right here, sir. My lucky gold coin. Counts. A very close game last time. You almost won by rebellion. What scheme do you pick here? A, sorcery. B, doppelganger. Or C, ascension. A will involve raising authority in the kingdom. B, lowering your own defiance. Or C, lowering your own faith. Well, Trident, thank you for joining. You are a grandee for the game. Money for you, grandees. 1,000 new gold appeared suddenly. Counts. A 3-way tie. Truly, we'll pick a random one. There's like one more count, though. Anybody break the tie? Otherwise, I cannot pick. This isn't a pick for me. It will be random. A, B, or C. And it will be C. Ascension. The counts plan to induct the monarch into their secret cult and offer him immortality in exchange for the throne. First, they must reduce the power of the Eastern Church. To advance their scheme, the counts must lower their faith to 4 or less in 3 seasons. It's at 3 currently. Not bad. Javier of the tricky Trident lineage, legendary southern prodigy, stands bathed in sunshine, droning on as if in a daze. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Grandees also did very well last game. Essentially, you did win the game last time. It just, coin flip off screen. But for that, how do you win now? A, intimidation. B, fervor. Or C, excommunication. A will involve raising stability. B, raising your own farming. And C, lowering stability. Raising your own farming, currently at 7. That's also the Monarch's goal for the game. The grandee claimant Javier has been chosen by the 9th god to be the next king. He has promised a first miracle, food for all. To advance their scheme, the grandees must raise their farming to 5 or more in 4 seasons. Patricians. Iulus of the Mero family, notorious coastal tycoon, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, explaining in measured prose. How very cunning of us! Eris now sits the throne. The patricians are in charge, but the other regions will already be scheming to depose them. Do we stay loyal to the new monarch, or cut our losses and put me on the throne instead? Patricians. Do you A, remain loyalist, B, attempt conspiracy, or C, attempt corruption? Rebel. Mero does not want to be loyal. But it appears that Valis and Swag will be, thus forcing you to be Mero. You can do it, Pats. We can do it, Pats. That settles it then. Long live the monarch! May they bring peace and prosperity to our new kingdom. But we can always change our minds. If Eris ever gets out of line, we can take up arms and get rid of them the old-fashioned way, even if it's a little costly. Patricians' goal is to aid the monarch by countering the other region's schemes as much as they can. They will win the game if the monarch produces an heir and completes their ambition. So, Vallacy, this then is one of the newer schemes a lot of people love to do, but you can only do it if you won previously. So essentially, you win if the monarch wins the game here, and it sounds like a little hard sometimes when I'm not particularly trying to win, but we have had loyal victories last week. If Defiance does get too high, the loyalists can still change their minds and rise up in rebellion. Loyalist was requested, and the devs delivered on it. People want even more loyalist schemes, or more additions to the loyalist scheme now. Everybody checking in here. The counts attempting ascension, they need their own faith to be 4 or less. The grandees attempting fervor, they need their own farming to be 5 or more. And then the loyalist patricians then. My goal for the game is farming. Concentrate on that. Concentrate on blocking the other nations. My own laws of the land? You asked for it. I won't use it, but I'll keep it around. Just in case. And we have... Who mentioned they hadn't seen a certain character before? Let's go pirates first. Valassi. You must do something about the pirates that have been plaguing the coast ocean trade routes. I lost a whole shipment of fine silks. They killed the crew, of course, who won't be cheap to replace. Valassi, you lost money you didn't even have. What are you complaining about? What? And plus, we have another chance at St. Umber, too. Yes. Alright, though. What do we do here? A. Order the Coast Navy to patrol the sea routes. We cannot afford to B. Treasury's too low. Or do we do C? Nothing to be done about pirates. Alright. What do we do? The ironic thing about this event is it only appears when the coast military is low. Therefore, your A roll is never high at all. I think it has to be 4 or less for pirates to appear. So basically the most it can be usually is 40% unless you do other events first to raise it up before you play this. I've hit A before. We have a A will single-handedly eliminate the pirates if it succeeds, everybody. One fell swoop. Our Navy can do it. That's what we believe, right? We're not sabotaging. We're not hoping they all die and the military drops, right? Right? Over the next few months, the Patricians' Navy systematically hunts down every last pirate ship in the Ghost Sea. Defiance can't get any lower. Military only goes down 1. Trade will go up 1. Soon enough, the ocean is safe once again. Up and down the coast, dead pirates can be found swinging gently from the trees. Alright. That shuts down Pirate Queen, then. But that's fine. Another time. Another time. We'll get to Saint or Sinner. Taco Monster Lord. All I'm saying is every grandee claims to have put saint in their ancestry. Your great-great-grandfather was probably a common dullard. Shut your mouth, you hedge-born puzzle-wit. His name was Saint Umber. He defeated the werewolf Varanjar by turning him into dust in an instant, according to my grandmother. The true Saint Umber might be related to Tricky this game. If you're so sure, how about a little wager? A bag of gold says your ancestor was no saint. You're on! FMX, welcome on in. How are you doing here today, sir? You are not a grandee for the game, but a count. How are you doing, sir? Welcome on in. If you want to secretly sort of help the grandees, you can. As your son, welcome on in as well. How are you doing today? You are a patrician for the game. Welcome on in. Combo officially joining too. Welcome, welcome. We all want to see Saint Umber, don't we? Combo, a returning patrician with 69 gold. If not for Sun coming in, you would be the richest Pat still. Pats do need help. Pats desperately won the auction in the last game in order to secure their victory. Grandees tried to win it too. That's why a lot of grandees are poor. Almost 0 a.m. 9. So got something to do. Welcome on in. Good to have you, son. I'm happy you're here. Yeah, Patricians won the first game. It was very close, though. And, please don't break out in a duel. Count Taco Monster Lord is spreading damnable lies about my great-great-grandfather. If you really think he was a saint, then dig him up. Saints aren't incorruptible. Even after death, they don't decay. Very well. I request the council's permission to exhume my ancestor and prove this fool wrong. We did see this last time, however, it was a much lower roll last time. Do we A, grant permission for the body to be exhumed? B, no, dead people should stay underground. Or C, ask the Archbishop to check church records instead. Golden A, I want golden. But last time, Pat's our loyalist this game. Yes, FMX. Last time we tried to do A, but it failed. I won't veto it this time then, because it'll probably succeed this time. But what do we do? A dead saint, perhaps? And the body of Saint Umber, if you haven't seen the storyline, is a little chaotic. a little, we won't spoil too much. A couple people think of the other ones, but, let's go A. Dig him up. Ninth, bless you, your majesty. Now where's my shovel? A few days later, the corpse of Tricky Trident's... Some people want that. The corpse of Tricky Trident's great-great-grandfather is exhumed from the resting place in the southern necropolis. Wonderful! I was right! Centuries in the ground, but old Saint Umber looks fresh as a daisy. Wow, it really is a miracle. Fine, take your money. Word quickly spreads of the miracle of Saint Umber. Peasants across the south add another name to their prayers. So Taco gives 250 gold to Tricky. Defiance goes down for the south. Faith goes up for the grandees. Excuse me. Honor guard. Good news, your majesty! I have received a vision. I saw you bathed in holy light. Blades and missiles crumbling to dust before they could reach you. You do not need to recruit an honor guard. The Ninth will shield you from all harm. Oh no, oh no. I've never seen the Ninth protect someone from a sword through the chest. You need tangible guards, your majesty. Let's learn, before any rash decisions, let's learn. Tell me about the Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. The Coastal Gladiators. A gang of low-born crooks who've turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable. Can you trust them? The Nuns. They are terrifying warriors, and they sworn a vow of silence so at least they won't spill state secrets. But their faith and loyalty is to the church above all, even your safety. What foreign mercenaries do you suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. I've made my decision. I await your verdict with bated breath, your majesty. And Marshal, what if I listen to the High Inquisitor and don't choose an honor guard? Your majesty, I must protest in the strongest possible terms. The nobles will all consider this an insult to their warriors' prowess. And more importantly, without an honor guard, you're totally unprotected. Is your life worth so little to you? Marshal? When we've been getting this event, you know I gotta pick it. I'm willing to risk it. Fine. No doubt the common folk will see this as a sign of strength. Good things can happen with no honor guard. Yeah, sure they can. Defiance goes up with everybody. Nobody likes I didn't pick you. Authority goes up. But don't blame me when you wind up on the wrong end of Assassin's Blade. At last, a monarch who trusts in the ninth. You have nothing to fear, your majesty. Your enemy's arrows shall miss and their swords shall falter. Faith goes up across the kingdom. Counts didn't like that. They're right on their threshold. End of season. Our first auction of the game. Exclamation point fund, space your choice, space how much you wish to bid for an auction. Our richest nobles, most of them are counts. As I was mentioning, if you didn't play in the previous game, a lot of people on the patricians and grandees teams spent their money. Should you just rebel and send an assassin? That might be an easy path to victory. I can't recommend it yet, alright? Wait and see, Ephra. Wait and see. Everybody's money matters, though, during an auction, and even Combo Lurker has 69. Asher-son, you are the lone patrician almost with money here. Let's review what we have. A, the monument raises authority up for the kingdom. B, the observatory will lower faith for the counts. C, the aqueduct raises farming for the grandees. D, the library raises stability for the kingdom. E, the grand bazaar raises trade up for the pats. Then F, the prison lowers stability for the kingdom. The counts then. B, it seems like your obvious choice. Your faith is getting a little too high. You do want B. Grandees want high farming, though it's not necessary, maybe. Patricians as loyalists, I also want high farming. Counts, I don't know a second one that would be good for you. You really want to sabotage stability, you really want to help stability, maybe. You have 60 seconds to play to bid here. Get your snipes in the last 10 seconds. Yes, I've seen that happen only a few times, Swag, where the king can still win, despite being, you know, killed off in, like, a gruesome way. It's kind of funny. Nobody bidding at all, that. Not even a count. C at 300. We're halfway through. If nothing is bid on, nothing is built. If you haven't seen it before. People have asked, what if nobody bids? If nothing is bid on, nothing is built. And it just goes on. There's 10 seconds left. It is C and B. Bargain price is 300 and 100 gold. He snipes at the end. I think we're trying to get the bargains, though. 300 and 100. Probably the least expensive auctions we've had in a very, very long time. Lazy gets farming up. Very good. Even 300 seems good. And then 100, Morgramoon, building the observatory. Mr. Kingpin Panda. Thank you, sir. Have a good night. Hope you sleep well. If you are getting home. Oh, getting home. Good to have you here, sir. We will go incorruptible first. Tricky. Your Highness, the incorruptible corpse of Saint Umber has become a sensation among the faithful. Every day, pilgrims visit my manor to pray at his feet. But their muddy feet are ruining my carpets. May I take Saint Umber's body on a tour of the kingdom instead? After all, the regions other than the south could do with a little reminder of the Ninth's power. Your Majesty, if I may make a suggestion, perhaps we should study this phenomenon instead of mindlessly worshipping it. Heresy. Everyone, cover your ears before she says anything more. Alright. What do we do? The body of Saint Umber is real. Do we A, allow the tour to go on ahead? B, have the saint examined by scholars from Quail University? C. Forbid the tour, but allow the private display of Saint Umber to continue? Or do we D. Order the saint's body reburied? What do we do? Saint Umber's body on tour this summer. This at the local Coliseum. Come see Saint Umber. Opening act. Gallagher. Rest in peace. That trade is abysmal. Indeed, they do need some trade. They could use it. Close votes, A, B, C. C gets 1 at the end. Votes still coming in, though. Everybody spreading out. It's not a call for unity or anything, all right? It's tied currently. In the event of a tie, Monarch breaks a tie, and I randomly roll it. Anybody? Anybody? There it goes. A B came in at the end, too. Grandee Tricky loads St. Umber's corpse onto a wagon and trundles through the vast forest of the east and along the winding coast. Soon they have attracted a following. Barefoot pilgrims in muddy robes, chanting the dead saint's name. But when the traveling saint reaches the east, disaster strikes. Your Majesty, we don't have yet a full picture of the situation, but dozens of eastern peasants died horribly as soon as they entered the presence of the saint. The east is in a state of panic, as are all my priests. We'll have to wait for Grandee Tricky to return and tell us exactly what happened. Stability goes down. The counts gain 2 faith. Uh-oh. They won't like that. Arms shortage. Speaking of low military, Your Holiness, the situation in the south is dire. The city watch in many of our cities is understaffed. Now crime is rampant. Even dueling has dwindled as minor nobles take up other hobbies like knitting and insect collecting. Pah! We must bolster our dwindling forces in the south. Who knows what will happen to our people without protection? Alright, we got this event last time. And last time we couldn't do A or we couldn't do C either because farming was too low. Right here, I gotta use my vote strategically as a monarch. If the authority, treasury, or stability reaches 0 in the kingdom, it is a game over. Therefore, I'm sort of forced in a way to veto A. We cannot afford that. The treasury will go 0. So what do we do instead? Force farmers to join the military. Doesn't sound too bad. Doesn't sound too bad. Lowering their farming to up their military. Farming is their goal. An exclusive recruitment campaign's a 75% chance. Last time we said D, that they had no need for soldiers. It wasn't nice of us. This time at least we're helping you, Grandees. The recruitment campaign will work. Right? Uh-oh, though. I saw late votes coming in. Ooh. B or C, then? Anybody late? Want to break a tie? B or C? The recruitment campaign or force them to join the military? Tricky, you had already voted for D. You want to, like, switch your vote to B? I'll pick B for you, then. I'll do B. Since Tricky was on D. So, alright, he is, he will back B now. So I will, go B. Conduct an extensive southern recruitment campaign. Surely the peasants just need encouragement. Posters featuring your likeness pointing at the reader with text reaching Text saying Monarch Eric's needs you are soon plastered throughout the south. Once again, you're thankful for the superstitious common folk. Perhaps only out of fear, peasants across the south line up for armed duty. The grandees are most pleased. We succeed! 2 military! Yay! Defiance goes down to 1. Finding a spouse. Your Majesty, it's important to find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference, men, women? Or do you not mind? I hear tale that the last monarch had the most glorious king consort of all time. I don't think I should ever be that lucky. Suppose bring me anything, though, Chancellor. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messages to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision. You'll marry into the patricians as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? If Glorb is a patrician, then yes. Our first tax season of the game. Tax season may be more important than ever, as many of the nobles quite poor. Cruel taxing you. Raises defiance. Adds 400 gold to the treasury, and takes 400 wealth from every noble in that color. Common tax, no defiance, swing 100 treasury to wealth. Bribing you. Lowers your defiance. Lowers the treasury by 700. And adds 700 gold to anybody in that color. The Pats got the bonus this turn. They strike a lucrative trade deal with Saul. Not Saul. So Pats, you got a little money. All gained 500 gold. Everyone else only 200. Count still the richest. I will common tax all around, I think. We don't need to cruel, do we? We can't even afford the triple bribe. If only. Can barely afford a double. Common tax confirmed. We have the Gossamer Shield. Ooh, FMX. Your Majesty, heed my plea. The great tragedy of our time has befallen the East. Who died? Worse even than that, I fear. One order of once great knights has fallen into disrepute. It's the Order of the Gossamer Shield, Your Grace. They were once the greatest of the knightly orders to serve the counts. Their virtues were extolled by bards across the land, tales that would make a troll weep. But they've been brought low. They're working as glorified bounty hunters for the coast. This is a stain on the honor of the East. Nonsense! Our military has suffered some setbacks recently, so we hired Gossamer Security to keep order, for a pretty penny, I might add. So, Pats, it cost you all 400 gold, but you gained 1 military. Gossamer Security has been solving the problems we want solved, and kicking the buttocks we want kicked. Blood and Stars Gossamer Security, how has it come to this? Those are knights, not mercenaries. They need reminding of a little thing called chivalry. Please, Your Majesty, I beg the council be reasonable. All right. Patricians hired Gossamer Knights. Do we A, recall the order and restore its courtly dignity? B, invest in Gossamer Security to help to protect the coast? C, hire the order to join the Palace Watch? Or D, ignore the situation? I know, exactly, combo. They spent their first part of the reign fighting off pirates. How do we proceed? Recall the order ignore the situation, the Pats say. They hired them after all. Grandees have a say in this matter as well. And they want to ignore it too. Screw you, Counts. The Order of Gossamer Knights remain happy mercenaries in the coast, enjoying the spoils of their labor. Slowly the Pats rebuild their garrisons. Military is up to 5. But the Counts are not happy. Some openly complain about you, and rumors start going around about your unwillingness or inability to preserve tradition. Defiance goes up 2, authority goes down 1. The power of a saint. Grandee Tricky has returned at last from the east. Explain yourself. What happened? My priests are in a panic. By the 9th, Your Excellency, it was a terrible scene. That dead saint isn't nearby, right? No, St. Umber's corpse has been stashed safely in a church outside the city. Everything was going well until a rabble of eastern commoners entered the presence of the saint. They cracked jokes about how it was not a miracle, but a scam. St. Umber's eyes lit up with holy fire. The commoners withered and rotted, died on the spot, as though struck by 1,000 years in a single moment. All that remained was dust and skeletons. We're still not sure how many died. A miracle, the 9th Judgement. My thoughts exactly, Your Majesty. The Saint of Decay strikes down non-believers. The East is a hive of atheism and apostasy, after all. We should place St. Umber in the council hall, so that the faithless nobles face similar judgment. Do we A. Require all nobles of the council enter the saint's presence. B. Rebury the saint and place something heavy on the grave, just to be sure. C. Fling the saint's corpse into the sea via trebuchet. Or D. Do we send St. Umber to Quail University for examination? Totally winging A? If you have not seen A, it's fun. I can't promise everybody will make it out. But it's not, yeah, golden, I won't golden choice it. Should I have, for fun? I'm not scared or anything. I'm not scared of St. Umber if you're not. I mean, he just mowed down a bunch of peasants, you know, despite being dead. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. And should I pick this last before the marriage? A nervous silence fills the council hall. The corpse of St. Umber lies on an altar, hands folded over his chest, so one of these numbers. The High Inquisitor stands beside him, smirking triumphantly. Ad? No, not now! An advertisement for, like, some church service would be very ironic here. Authority goes up. The first to be called forward is Grandee Tricky Trident. They kneel beside the altar and mutter a prayer. The saint's eyes do not open. All right, Tricky, you are a faithful Grandee. Not even a roll here, I don't think. You are worthy. Congratulations, you have been judged worthy, as I knew you would. Up next, Count Ephra Bulbazar of the East. Ephra, step forward. Count Ephra Bulbazar strides confidently into the saint's presence. The trick is look it straight in the eyes, Ephra. No fear. A smirk on his face. Maybe don't smirk. I pay my tithes on time. My bishops are well looked after. I have nothing to fear. You have nothing to fear but fear itself. The saint's eyes remain closed. A wave of relief ripples through the room. Even the High Inquisitor looks disappointed. I am shocked. I'm shocked, Ephra. I felt for certain you were a goner there. You have been deemed worthy. See that you stay that way. Step forward, noble patrician combo lurker of the coast. Pray that the ninth is merciful, combo. Fear itself and spiders. Combo. I see you in the back there. Come on. Noble patrician combo lurker steps nervously into the saint's presence. Their face dripping with sweat. I'm faithful. Always have been. Just as before, the saint's eyes remain closed. The High Inquisitor looks really disappointed now. Me too, a little bit. I mean, come on. I wanted to see this holy light for myself. All of you nobles are worthy? Come on. Well, yes, I wouldn't have been so forgiving, but I suppose Saint Umber knows best. At long last, the High Inquisitor's eyes turn to you, me. Step forward, Your Majesty. I'm sure the saint will spare you. Or do you harbor secret doubts? Is it too late to catapult it?
60% of the time.
All right.
Every time.
Ephra? You want me to ensure I go for it? All right. I'm not afraid. I will submit to the light's judgment. Surely I'm more worthy than all the nobles. What's the worst thing that could happen? Exactly. You step toward the corpse of Saint Umber, your heart hammering in your chest. Is this the end? The saint's eyes flash open.
All is lost, Roman!
A golden light blazes forth, stripping the flesh from your bones. High Inquisitor, I thought I was protected. Praise the ninth break bread. You only have a second to speak your last words. Yeah, this will not give much points to anybody, because everybody still on their first stage? Technically, everybody is still on their first stage. Whoever wins will only get 2 points. So, a short game. It will still count for a win for tiebreakers, though. So, tiebreaker-wise, this is still important. I have one last, what do I say? I said this one last time. I order you to stop! A second later, you collapse on the floor. Nothing but a pile of dust and discarded bones. And then just like that, yes, just like that, the monarch is dead. Game over, man. Game over! And we vote on our winners. And kind of cool then, Pats are left out of the final vote. This vote is between the nations with the highest stats. patricians are left out. Who wins the game? Either A, the counts, or B, the grandees. Honestly, maybe the grandees deserve it because they kind of were winning the first game too. Pats sort of split. Even Ephra though. I see Ephra even going for grandees there. This is vote to win the game. Anybody out there that hasn't voted want to vote on who wins. Monarch's sudden death is not much points, but it still counts as a win. And it looks like it will be our winners of the second game by default. The two greatest words in the English language. GG's to everybody, but especially to the counts, the winners of the game. That was new for you? Have you not seen this before? That's the second time in a row I've died to the light of judgment. It was a streak of like 3 or 4 times before that. But GG, counts are our winners. Monarch Eris was killed in an instant by the Saint of Decay, who judged them unworthy of the throne. The grandees prayed and prayed for a miracle to place Javier on the rightful place in the throne, but no miracle came. Unable to keep their puppet on the throne, the Pats were forced to retreat to their opium dens and brood. It wouldn't be long before a new claimant would arise on the coast, and when they did, the Pats would be ready. The Counts leapt into the power vacuum left by Monarch Eris's death, and Louisa took the crown with the Council's blessing. Hoy was deemed less than worthy. The diplomat? Why'd I get diplomat? Why don't I get, like, the dusted or something? And once again, that happened, exact same thing that happened last time. All the nobles survived, and then I was killed off. Not fair. Not fair. Ephra ends up the richest. Alright, thank you guys. A shorter second game. But that'll happen occasionally. It might have been short anyway. I had no honor guard. I already heard whispers of rebellion and just sending an assassin after me. It was probably going to be a horrible death no matter what for the Monarch that game. Thank you all for playing today, though. Hopefully you had some fun. Tomorrow we will continue the battle for the bees. I think after this, Pats are going to remain in head. Counts with that fourth win, actually, will get up. At least above the Barons, I'm sure. Tomorrow's game, though, is a Barons, Chiefs, and Counts game. Thank you all for playing today. Hopefully you had some fun. We'll see who is on playing King of the Castle right now. I think Thrifty is... We missed saying hi to Thrifty yesterday, because he had just, like, disconnected as I was raiding out. But we will say hello to Mr. Thrifty. If you do not know our buddy Thrifty Tokens, another King of the Castle streamer, we will go say hello to him. Just started a new October dynasty, where I am a chief in his dynasty. Let me go get something to eat. I'll probably play in Thrifty's game here, if he isn't, but I'll come back maybe to play in it. Thank you all for playing with me here today. Congratulations again to the Pats. I think the Pats will remain our current leaders. Their next game, their final game is Thursday. Pats will have only played in 10 total games. So good luck to the Pats. Grandee's final game is Friday. This was the Grandee's 5th game. But thank you all. 7. Be good people. Remember, you are better than you were yesterday. Think of how awesome you will all be tomorrow. Thank you everybody for playing. Join us tomorrow. And if you missed it, why we're holding this tournament, I know newer players, the winner, the ultimate winner of our 2-week tournament, plus, final praise the 9th event, I will dress as for Halloween this year. So if you want to see me dressed as anything in particular, make sure you help that faction out. Right now, I think it will be Pats, Grandees, and Counts, the top 3. Without, like, looking ahead, I think the Counts are jumping the Barons. Be good, people. Fuzzy Pickles.